Morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's Mojave County Board of Supervisors regular meeting, March 16th, 2026. We're going to start the meeting today with an invocation led by Pastor Peter Ernst, and if you'd remain standing for a Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Supervisor Borelli. Thank you.
Shall we pray? Father God, we thank you for your divine providence in giving us the privilege to live here in Mojave County, Arizona. Thank you for enriching our lives, Ditat Deus, in this great constitutional republic. We give thanks to you as our Creator for life, liberty, and the gospel message of your Son. We give thanks to you for watching over us in spite of many in our nation who have sought to expel you from our government. Thank you, Lord God, for Mojave County that still allows an invocation to be given before their meetings. Help us this day as decisions are made that affect all of us. I pray for those you have placed in authority over us and ask your help in helping them make wise decisions for the people of this county. I pray that you would guide them in your wisdom found in the pages of Holy Scripture. I humbly pray for our Sheriff's Department, for Will, Travis, Rich, Sonny, Don, Ron, Sam, David, and Laura. Protect all our public servants in Mojave County. Help us to do better in leaving behind a greater legacy of liberty and freedom for our children and grandchildren. For where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. May this prayer be acceptable in your sight, Lord God. We humbly pray in your loving Son, Jesus Christ's name, the name above every name. Amen.
Amen. Please face the flag of a country that has brought more prosperity to the world than mankind has ever known. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hurrah. Carry on.
Thank you, Supervisor. The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the Board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A3, 4, and 7. The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to discuss and consider items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A1, which authorizes discussions and consideration of employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, demotion, dismissal, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of a public officer, appointee, or employee of the county. I'm looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on April 6, 2026 at 9 a.m.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
For that motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll move to official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation, claims, and demands. Attorney Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. We'll move to our committee and or legislative reports. We'll start with Supervisor Lettman.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Nothing today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Borelli.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Martin.
Yes, I attended the Chloride Water Board meeting the other night on Wednesday, and then on Saturday I attended the Community Emergency Response Team training in Meadview and am now a member of that team. That's it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Good morning, everyone. For my comments, before we move forward with the agenda, I'd like to take a moment on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and the people of Mojave County to recognize someone who has provided steady leadership and dedicated public service to this organization. Our current county manager, Mr. Sam Elters, is concluding his tenure with Mojave County. Sam's career with Mojave County has come full circle. He began his public service here many years ago, and in 2020 returned to take on the significant responsibility of serving as our Mojave County manager during a time when local governments across the country were facing extraordinary challenges and uncertainty. Over the past several years, Sam has helped guide the organization through difficult decisions, complex issues, and significant projects affecting communities throughout Mojave County. County government is large and complex, requiring patience, professionalism, and a steady hand to keep everything moving forward for the citizens we serve. Sam has certainly provided that leadership. Public service often happens behind the scenes, and many residents never see the long hours, the difficult decisions, and the constant responsibilities that come with managing a county government the size and scope of Mojave County. But the results of that work impact every one of our communities. Sam, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, our county employees, the citizens of Mojave County, we want to sincerely thank you for your leadership and your service. It has been an honor to work with you. At this time, we would like to present you with a plaque as a small token of our appreciation for your dedication to Mojave County. Sam, thank you for your service, and if that'd be okay, we'd like to go up to the front and present you with an award. Thank you. Now, I would also like to take a moment to recognize someone who is stepping into an important leadership role here in Mojave County. Joining us today is Mr. David Strahl, who will be taking the reins as our new Mojave County manager. Mr. Strahl will be working alongside Sam over the coming weeks to ensure a smooth transition. Today, he is joining us at the dais as a part of that process. We're glad he's here. David brings with him significant experience in county government, public administration, and the Board of Supervisors looks forward to working closely with him as we continue serving the citizens of Mojave County. Mojave County is a special place with vibrant communities, tremendous opportunity, valuing our individual liberties, and with a strong sense of independence, patriotism, and pride. Our goal as a board is simple: to make Mojave County the strongest, most successful county we can for the people who live here. That means responsible government, strong infrastructure, economic opportunity, and ensuring that county government works efficiently for the people. David, we are pleased to welcome you to Mojave County. The board looks forward to working with you alongside our outstanding county staff and department leaders as we continue building a strong future for this county and the citizens we serve. Thank you and welcome to Mojave County, sir. With that, we'll move to the county manager's report. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. I have two items. First one is a brief report about the MCAA special board meeting that was held last Friday. Both our representatives, Steve Latowski and Luke Mornian, attended the meeting in Bullhead City on Friday afternoon. The MCAA officially placed them on the board, and with regard to the action items on the agenda, the auto zone lease was deferred until the regular board meeting of April 9th. It was not acted on, and both Bullhead City and Mojave County were on the same page related to that item. Additionally, the fuel farm replacement was another item on the agenda. The board did vote to allow the airport director to move forward with this item. They did not identify a specific funding source, but gave the director authority to determine best course, being either a P3 option, an FAA loan, revenue loan, or NBAZ loan. it's my understanding that Steve and Luke were the only board members who dissented on this item. I think their preference would have been to wait and do a little additional research and have the item come back to the board for further discussion and decision before it moves forward. But nonetheless, the board went ahead and moved ahead with it. It appears that the NBAZ loan was discussed as the most likely option. The rate for that would be 6.5%. That's the brief that I received from our members. They are both here if the board has any questions or wish any additional information. If not, then I will go to my next item. And with that, Mr. Chairman and board members, this meeting will be my final board meeting serving as Mojave County Manager. My last day as County Manager will be Friday, March 27, 2026. It truly has been an honor and a privilege serving Mojave County in this capacity. I want to thank you, the entire board and prior board, for your support and trust, without which I couldn't have served for nearly 6 years. To other elected, appointed department heads, and to all county employees, I do extend a sincere thank you for your hard work, professionalism, and dedication, but most of all, for your friendships. I value and appreciate each and every one of you. We have achieved and accomplished much together and have served Mojave County residents well. And to the residents of Mojave County, it has been my pleasure serving you, and I thank you for your trust and for your engagement and feedback. Mr. Chairman and board members, with your guidance and oversight, we have much to be proud of. We have invested over $41 million of the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA, efficiently and with minimal administrative cost, and through that, funded many county infrastructure needs, including buildings, roads, flood control, and broadband needs. Additionally, using federal, state grant funds along with county general funds, we have completed many other projects, and several more are currently underway. We have, in each of the last 6 years, balanced the annual county budget and served the county residents' needs within that approved budget. Finally, we have made progress with recruitment, have reduced the number of vacancies, and employees' morale is high. I am grateful for the opportunity to begin, as you noted, Mr. Chairman, and end my career with Mojave County from an entry-level civil engineer to county manager and county engineer. Mojave County is a great place to work, live, play, and raise a family. I wish you all the very best. And I leave you in good hands with my successor, Mr. David Stroll. Thank you.
Sam, thank you for your remarks. I'm glad that together we can end this chapter with dignity and respect, and then open the new chapter filled with hope. with Mr. Shaw. So thank you. We'll continue with our meeting today. We do have one proclamation. Approve and sign the proclamation declaring the month of April 2026 as Fair Housing Month in Mojave County, Arizona. Would anyone like me to read that into the record, or I'll just entertain a motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you very much, Board. We have two presentations this morning. The first presentation is to update the Board on the status of the county's ARPA funding, the obligations, expenditures related to the ARPA-funded related projects throughout Mojave County, presented by our Chief Financial Officer, Luke Mornian. Good morning, Director Mornian.
Good morning, board members and chairman. Give me 1 second while I pull this up. Okay, I will be brief. This is just an update. As you are all aware, the county received just over $41 million in ARPA funding. We had a couple of critical dates. The obligation deadline was December 31st of 2024. We met that deadline, obligating 100% of the funds prior to that date. As of today, the county has spent just under 96% of those funds. There were 91 projects total that were proposed, 74 have been completed, and there are 14 that are still in progress at this time. Our next significant deadline coming up is December 31st of this year. That is the final expenditure deadline, so any projects that are still underway need to be completed prior to that date. This chart just kind of shows the breakdown of where all of those 91 projects fall. Roughly half of the funds were spent on infrastructure or water-related projects. And those did include sewer projects, road projects, power projects, that sort of thing. And then the remaining half were spread across a broader number of projects. And this final slide just kind of shows all the different areas that the American Rescue Plan Act funds did have an impact in Mojave County. And so with that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. I'd open it up to the Board for any comments or discussion. Hearing none, but I do want to say thank you to all of the staff that were involved in this. It was a great number of projects and a significant number of, well, it was a lot of work. It really, really was. So, and you guys did a really good job with it. So thank you very much. We'll move to the second presentation. Presentation of Mojave County's planning efforts related to the America 250 commemoration. Presentation by Library Director Jake Barillo, excuse me. Barillero, sorry. You can pronounce my last name too. It's okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so my team and I are going to be telling you a bit about the planning thus far for the observation of the 250th year of American independence. We can go to the next. Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta go back here. So you can see from the slide here in front of the Public Works building that they're already getting into the spirit. They put a large sign up. And I've also been told that the Department of Public Health is in the planning stages of something that will be using the theme of celebrating veterans and celebrating local heroes for health. But today we're mostly I'm going to focus on, my team is going to be focusing on what's going to be taking place in our public libraries. It's wonderful that you've asked me to share this with you all and with our communities. System-wide, we've already started at the beginning of the year, and if you take a look at the picture that says "There is a Story" and Visions of America, what we've started to do is we've been featuring for the Visions of America works that are particularly important to America. These are mostly written works and works about the time period of the founding of our country, and most of these are actually pieces of work that we have in our collection. And then There is a Story. We've been featuring 250 biographies of different folks. We're focusing mostly on the time of the Revolution and the early Republic. So you have all kinds of people in there from every walk of life. A lot of the founding fathers, of course. If somebody signed the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, or the Constitution, there's a good likelihood that they're in there. But also people, men and women from all parts of the world that had something to do with the founding of this country. So we're going to be putting up displays throughout the library, throughout the libraries, throughout the year, focusing on those portions of our collection that have to do with America. We're also going to be, for our standard programs, such as story times and crafts, we're going to be incorporating that theme as well. My team, we're going to be doing a lot of special events as well that my team's going to be telling you about. But before that, we actually have Supervisor Letman is going to be speaking a little bit about something that they're going to be doing on April the 11th at the Bullhead Library. I have an overhead. We're going to have to switch back between the overhead and what I have here.
Great, thank you, Director. Supervisor Letman, thank you.
Okay, so at the Bullhead Library, and I want to really compliment our library staff and the way they've been supporting this and the help from the team in the District 2 office. We're going to be having an exhibit that's going to be put into the Bullhead City Library, and it's going to be an exhibit. It's called Flags, Symbols of the American Revolution, and there are going to be 18 Revolutionary War era flags that will be hung from the ceiling of that library. And the first night they'll be on display is April 30th, and that exhibit will go through 45 days to June 13th. And that night, there is going to, on the night of April 30th, we didn't get this into the slideshow presentation, but there's going to be a special event to commemorate the opening of this exhibit. And it's called A Night at the Library Celebrating America 250. And I really want to thank the sponsors who have pretty much paid for all of this. And that includes the Colorado River Historical Society. The Legacy Foundation has made a very generous cash contribution towards this. The River 250 Fund, the folks at MEC, we've got Rotary clubs and Kiwanis clubs. And so I'm going to show, we're going to show some of the flags today that'll be on display. And this first one is it's obvious, it's the Betsy Ross flag, and that will be hanging portrait style in the front of the library near the glass wall that borders Hancock Road. So we want to turn that, well, I don't know if you can turn that one around. I think we all know what it looks like from this side. But that's a pretty big flag. That's a 8-foot long flag, okay, and 5 feet wide. So that'll look very impressive hanging from the ceiling. Okay, let's move to a next flag. And Attorney Davis, we're going to make sure that you're the flag expert up here, correct?
I won't call myself the expert, but
Yeah, you are. Okay. And what's the science of studying flags called?
vexillology.
Thank you. We won't attempt to spell that. Okay, so the first flag coming up here, and Attorney Davis, I'm sure you know what this is. So I believe that is, unless you correct me wrong, I'll go to my cheat sheet here. That is the first Continental Navy Jack. Okay, so John Paul Jones, I got that one right, Will?
Yes, and it was also adopted by the United States Navy following 9/11 and remained our Jack until not too long ago when it was replaced back with the Starfield.
Yes, 4 very famous words on the bottom of this flag, which we see on other flags of the Revolutionary War era. Excellent. Let's go to the next one. And again, these will all be hanging in the library for 45 days. Okay, so we have here the Grand Union flag, and I believe this is the actual first flag of the American Revolution. Now, obviously, Betsy Ross took the Union Jack out and inserted 13 stars in its place at a later date, but that would be the first flag of the American Revolution, first official flag. Anybody see that? And that'll be hanging also.
Supervisor Letman, is that just in that library, or will it rotate around?
I will let Director Barillo answer that when he comes back up.
Okay.
Oh, we were going to hold this one to last, but that's all right. No, it's all right. Would anyone in the room care to take a guess at what flag this is? Library staff may not answer. Anybody care to guess what that is? Turn it around. Yes, turn it around so we can see it. That is the flag of the Philadelphia Cavalry Regiment, designed by Benjamin Franklin. Okay, so he made this flag.
And Supervisor Letman is, that regiment is one of the oldest continuous military regiments in the United States.
Well, there's their flag, their first one. And then I think, do we have one left? Okay, now somebody in the room has to know what this one is, except for the library staff and Attorney Davis. Anybody want to take a guess what that flag is? That is George Washington's commander's flag. So as he rode along on a set of horses, that flag would be displayed with General Washington. Okay, that will also be hanging from the ceiling of the library, and those are the 5 flags we have. So again, I really want to thank my staff in my office, Jeanette and Bonnie, and absolutely the sponsors for this event. It's going to open up April 30th. It'll be there for 45 days through June 13th. Got a really special evening planned on April 30th to celebrate America 250. Director Barillo, it's back to you.
Thank you for
By
that,
the way,
Supervisor.
good job to the library staff again, okay, on this.
Thank you, and I said April 11th. We do have something else going on April 11th, but yours is April 30th, so my apologies. Yeah, we're going to be moving the flags around where we can. Probably they'll next go to Kingman and then to Havasu. So as long as we can have them, as long as they're on loan, we'll rotate them around for the remainder of the year.
Yeah, I think the flags are going to eventually end up at the Elks Lodge, okay? They're kind of the flag custodians of America, so that's a good home for them.
Wonderful. I'm going to introduce Monica Voss. She's the acting library services manager for Bullhead City. She's going to tell you a little bit about what's going on in Bullhead City.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Like Jake said, my name is Monica Voss, and I am the Youth Services Librarian at the Mojave County Library Bullhead City Branch, but currently acting as the manager until we hire someone new. And I am here to talk about our family community event that we have on Friday, June 5th from 5:30 to 7:30. And we are hoping to get a good turnout for this. We are working really hard on it. Some of the activities that we have for this evening are 9 holes of mini golf. Families can come and play mini golf in our stacks, between our stacks. And each of the holes will symbolize an American landmark or props from a great American. And not only do we have the mini golf activity planned, we have planned some patriotic crafts for every age, for our youth and our teens and also our adults that they can participate in. We have a bingo game for kids and a scavenger hunt crossword puzzle for adults where they can walk around the library and search for people or events to fill out their crossword puzzle, kind of learning a little bit about American trivia. We also really wanted to make sure our families enjoy the flag exhibit and also the art exhibit that some of the local teens and youth have done in our area that commemorate America's 250. And so we were thinking of doing where children could get a patriotic lanyard and walk around and stop at each of the plaques that will talk about each of the flags, and with their lanyard will mark off each station, and when they finish that, then they can receive a commemorative 250 button to go on their lanyard. So they get to learn a little bit about the history, and then also get to see these fabulous flags that Supervisor Letman and his office have worked hard to do. We will have Kona Ice in the parking lot for a nice treat. And then also, there might be a couple of other activities with other organizations. We are still trying to firm up and confirm those activities. We are hoping to get a great turnout, and we're hoping that this will be an exciting event for the community, and also would love to see if you're all welcome to join us that evening too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Valerie Leva, who's our library services manager from Kingman.
Great, thank you.
I probably have to move this down a little, sorry. Good morning, it's nice to see you guys. I would like to share a little bit about what we're doing in the Kingman branch. We have an exciting event coming up for the community, for our families. On May 14th, we will be hosting a family fun event. This event, the library will be transformed into a mini golf experience. We will have 2 separate 9-hole America-themed mini golf courses right between the stacks so that everybody can go and enjoy those festivities by playing golf. The stacks will also have a display talking about the theme that we have for that one. We have the Lincoln Top Hat, we have Mount Rushmore, we have some different things that are going on, even the Liberty Bell. But mini golf is just part of the fun. We will also be offering refreshments, craft activities for both kids and adults, and a photo booth area where families can take pictures with the Statue of Liberty or imagine themselves as the next president on Mount Rushmore. Our goal with this event is to create a welcoming and family-friendly experience that brings people into the library in a new and exciting way. It is a great opportunity for families to spend time together and enjoy activities and connect with the library and the staff. This event would not be possible without the support of our friends of the library. Their generosity has provided the funding needed to make this event possible, and we are incredibly grateful for their continued support of our library and for our community. With the anticipated success of this event, we are also considering planning another one later in the year so even more families can enjoy this experience. We are excited to host this event and hope that it will bring many families together for a fun and memorable evening at the library. We hope to see you guys there also. Did anybody have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next will be Brian Freiberg, the library services manager for Lake Havasu City Library.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
You can speak into the microphone. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh, I have to move it up. Could we see the slide show up on the screen again? So the biggest thing we have planned coming up in Lake Havasu City, April 11th, we are very proud to be hosting Road to 250, the Arizona Traveling Museum. My thanks to Director Barillero for applying for that. We were selected as a site. The hours for that exhibit will be 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. If you look at the upper picture on the slide, that's the interior of the exhibit. So this is going to be housed in a 65-foot by 20-foot semi-trailer with slide outs. There is also handicapped entrance in the back of the exhibit. It features a replica Liberty Bell, as well as information panels on early American history and early Arizona history. At 11 a.m. that day, we will be having speeches from various political dignitaries. We've reached out to our local county supervisors' offices for the Lake Havasu City area. We'll also be hearing from Lake Havasu City Mayor Cal Sheehy and Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. Following the presentations of dignitaries, We will be having a brief history of the Liberty Bell presented by the DAR. And at 2:30 that afternoon, we're having what I'm calling a Yankee Doodle story time. It will be a story time by library staff featuring patriotic stories, and they will be making a tricorn hat craft, modeling Paul Revere's famous hat. Light fresh refreshments will be served courtesy of the FOL, that's our Friends of the Library group, as well as thematic decorations throughout the library. And we will be having a thematic lobby display courtesy of the DAR. The county recorder's office will have a voter registration booth on site during the exhibit, and volunteer staffing is being coordinated by Ken Leha and the Lions Club. We will be having our second America 250 event. We are planning it for mid-November. I'm going to go out on a limb. We are hoping to provide some thematic entertainment. That's kind of the linchpin for that. What we do have set up right now are adults and children's crafts, patriotic themed crafts at different locations. Another DAR presentation. We'll be offering library tours and again having light refreshments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next will be our Assistant Library Director, Wendy Wagner, to tell you about community libraries.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. For our community libraries, and they're listed on the screen there are 7 throughout the county. We will be doing an open house style event for each location. Because those libraries are not open as many hours as the larger ones, we will be holding these open houses during open hours with support from additional staff from our community libraries teams. I also want to mention at those events we'll be planning activities for both the kids and for the adults, as well as serving light refreshments. During those events, we'll be highlighting Read 250 as part of America 250, where everyone is encouraged to read at least 250 minutes to earn a bookmark that highlights some of the key events from United States history. Ongoing, outside of those events, we are doing monthly self-directed activities. We're providing things such as American Revolution coloring sheets, crosswords, small crafts that can be done independently, and that type of thing. We have an escape room in Golden Valley coming up. That's America 250 themed. And I also want to say thank you to the Friends of the Libraries from various communities who are and have been supporting the library so well for so many years. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are there any questions?
I open it up to the board for questions. Supervisor? Any questions?
Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely good job.
I'd like to add big thanks to Supervisor Lettman. He really got us kicked off correctly in Bullhead City, and it really just kind of spread like wildfire from there.
Absolutely, I would second that. That's actually the thing that kicked off wanting this presentation is because of just the tremendous job you've done in District 2, really taking advantage of this. This is a great opportunity to get more citizens into our libraries, and at the same time celebrate 250 years of this amazing country. So thankful for all that you guys are doing. Thank you to all the sponsors, the Friends of the Library groups, everybody that's involved in putting these types of things on, and hopefully any other opportunities we have in any other departments to celebrate our country would be welcomed. Any other comments before we move on?
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to our consent agenda this morning, which is items 4 through 44. Supervisor Lettman, would you like to remove any items off of consent this morning?
Items 40, 41, and 42.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Item 24.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Borelli. Supervisor Martin. And I will not remove anything, so I'm looking for Motion to approve consent agenda as presented, minus items 24, 40, 41, and 42.
So moved.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 24. Motion, to approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-058, authorizing pursuant to the county's adopted manual on uniform traffic control devices and applicable Arizona revised statutes, the installation or removal of the following traffic control devices is recommended by the Traffic Safety Committee at its February 12th, 2026 meeting. 1, speed limit increase from 35 miles per hour to 40 miles per hour on Mountain View Road from Lipan Boulevard to Boundary Cone Road. 2, removal of the stop sign controlling traffic on the private driveway located on APM 210-55-008. 3, install all-way stop signs at the intersection of Driftwood Drive and Crescent Drive. We have one person signed up to speak. Scotty McClure.
Scotty from Ballhead. Want to comment on 2 of these items. I'm glad you're trying to increase this 35 to 40. This is supposed to have been a thoroughfare than the original before you spend any money on it. There aren't hardly any driveways there are a few, but they're set back 100 feet from their houses, from the center line. It's just ridiculous that somebody put all these stop signs every intersection. You should be talking about removing those too, some of them. There's a couple down there. I hope you come down there. I drive it 3 or 4 times a month. And to stop every time I turn around, I'm wearing out my brakes. I don't have any stock in a brake shop, so whatever. Now this item number 2, removal of the stop sign on private property. How in that, Mr. Davis, I hope you're listening, because there's some criminal activity on this. I hope the owner's here so he can explain how this stop sign, which is taxpayer stop sign, got put on private property in the first place. Who in the hell put it up there? The backup materials, I think this is about sitting on something to do with that trailer park that you guys rejected. And I'm not going to name any names. There's 3 people on this board that need to answer to who put this stop sign in, who's the owner who owned property down there on that RV park. There's some investigation to be doing here. How in the hell did this taxpayer-funded stop sign get put there, and why? Was this so they could have an easement through there? Somebody's been doing some, just put up a stop sign where I feel like putting it on so I can get an easement without going through coming to you guys to get an easement through there. This is something that needs to be looked at. I'm serious. And there's a guy running for Congress right now that owns the property. I'm not going to name Leo Basucci, but whatever. Hildy had nothing to do with it, I'm sure. You can ask her, Letman. But there needs to be something to be looked at. That you're just running around putting in stop signs. I want to know why, who, what, when, where, why, and how on it. Bull.
That was the only person we had signed up to speak. Director Latosky, do you want to come up and address any questions the board may have? I'd open it up to the board if the board has any questions. Otherwise,
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Latosky, do we have any idea how the stop sign got on that private property?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, members of the board. This is a public works stop sign that is presently installed. The item is about removing the stop sign. We searched our records rather diligently. We found that we did not have a specific time by which we were aware that this stop sign was installed. Talking to some more of our tenured employees, including myself, we would surmise that this stop sign has been in place for many, many, many years. And it could have been, quite honestly, before the year 2000, before we actually started our electronic asset management system.
Interesting. Members, this came through my office. One of the property owners called and said, hey, you have a stop sign on my private property. And what the effect was that people were driving back and forth across his property. Effectively, they thought it was a county road since it had a county stop sign on it. So we asked that we get it removed. We worked with Director Lutoski to get it removed, so we're going to ask you to remove it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions for Director Lutoski? Supervisor Borelli, thank you.
To that point, and that sign was not put up at the property owner's request either, unbeknownst to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any additional discussion, or I would entertain a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 40. Sitting as the Board of Directors for the Mojave County Flood Control District approved the award and signed contract number 2026-034-IFB. Mojave Rattlesnake Detention Basin Construction Phase 1 with Perco Rock Cedar City, Utah for the construction of the detention basin in Kingman in the amount of $1,468,881. The bid already includes the allowance of a 15% project contingency for flood control district authorized essential work to address any unforeseen conditions and enable project completion. Flood control grant funds and local match funding will be used based on approved budgets for the following funds. I won't read all of those into the record.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lettman.
I'm not sure which of the two directors will want to come on up and talk about this so late into the process on this, Director Acton or Director Holtry, but Scott, maybe you could come on up. And for those of us that are new on the board, obviously the next three items have been in the works for many years. What's going on the Mojave Rattlesnake Basins project?
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelder and Supervisor Lettman. I do have some slides, and I apologize. I just threw them together before I came to this meeting. But essentially, back in 2023, January of 2023, the board directed staff to look into infiltration basins in the Wallapai Aquifer. Staff did some research. We looked at a lot of different locations that could work. My first slide here kind of shows what was approved by the board. So back in, I think it was February of 2023, the board approved these specific locations for infiltration basins and for staff to create a plan to create these basins, but then also apply for funding through WIFA and other congressional grant funds as well. The basins that you see here, number one is that Mojave Rattlesnake Basin. That is going to be the largest of all the basins and can provide the most infiltration to the aquifer. We have number 5 is our Feldsbar Basin. That one is under construction right now. 3 and 2 are the ones that are also on the agenda for today. It's the Crestwood and Riata basins. Those basins are, I guess I got another slide. First, I wanted to start with the Sierra Vista Basin. This one has been completed. This was completed in 2024. It is just east of or west of the Stockton Hill Road there. This one is located on property that we were able to acquire from a private property. And it was the first constructed. It's one of our smaller ones, and it is in existence right now. Over the past month, we have a few rainstorms that did fill up the basin, and we did get some measurements that it was infiltrating into the aquifer. It was percolating fairly quickly with those rainstorms. The one that is currently under construction is the Feldsbar Basin. You can see this one is located on BLM land. It's towards the, again, on the foothills of the mountain there, west of Stockton Hill Road, and I think north of the northern is that main road that's to the east there. These two are the one. This is the top basin is, I believe, the Crestwood Basin, and then the southern basin is the Riata Basin. This land was recently purchased in January from the state. We just purchased the location of the basin itself, so it's not like we purchased a large parcel around it. It's just where the basins will be located. My drawings on this map are fairly accurate, just not exact. But that's approximately where they're located and the size. I keep doing that. This last one is our Mojave rattlesnake. This is the item that is before you right now. It is one of the larger ones. This is down by the Mojave Wash, right across from the airport. This land was purchased from EF Family Farms and has potential of about 100,000 acre-feet of infiltration per year. In total of all the basins, it would be roughly around 700,000 if they're all built out. With that, I'm open to any questions.
Sure. Did you want to say something?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Manager Elders, thank you.
I really want to tie a couple of things together for the board discussion. The timing of when this came to the board, which was in 2023, that followed the discussion we had throughout 2022, which had to do with the Wallapai Aquifer and the concern related to that, and the INA, the discussion that we had in 2022, and then the designation that followed at the end of the year. There was a lot of discussion and recognition of something needs to be done to recharge that aquifer. At the same time is when the WIFA, the Water Infrastructure Funding Act, became available, and it had some ARPA funding in it, and the state made available some categories for us to apply for grants, especially when those grants could have multiple or dual use, and in this case it did. It was recharging an aquifer and reducing flooding downstream. So we brought this program to the board blessed it, and then we applied for grants, and we were successful simply because these projects had the dual benefit to them. So it was really a matter of timing and conditions that were inviting to pursue this program. And as you heard from Supervisor Letman, these projects do take a while. Once we secured the funding, then we had them designed, and the design was completed. Because there are some ARPA dollars in those funds, we are constrained, just as you heard with our ARPA update, to incur those costs by the end of this year. So we did everything we could to accelerate the design of those projects and the procurement, so we can award and have them under construction. And so I hope this helps explain some things.
Okay, so I have some additional, thank you, I have some additional questions on it. So did we purchase the property for the Mojave Rattlesnake Basin?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lemon, yes, we did.
And how much did we spend on purchasing the property?
Roughly about $250,000, 25.
And what was the source of that money?
That's the source of the money was from the grant as well.
Okay, so it didn't come out of our property tax related flood control district funds.
We do have a match. Everything that we spend, we have to match 25%.
Okay, so in looking at Mojave Rattlesnake Basin project, so it appears that $2.4 million of the project's cost is coming out of WIFA, and $486,000 is coming out of the flood control district. So the documents on this, by the way, is like 270 pages long, and somewhere around page 75, maybe page 80, on the introduction, scope, and purposes. Mojave County is interested in having the basins designed with the primary intent of providing recharge benefits to the Hualapai Aquifer. And then I go over to read our own Mojave County page for the Flood Control District. The mission of the Flood Control District is to reduce the risks of death, personal injury, and property damage through the identification, regulation, and remediation of flood hazards. It doesn't say a thing in there about recharging aquifers and their basins. And now I understand a prior board's committed us to this project, and we're going to approve this, I'm sure. Okay, but I have a fundamental problem with using flood control district money. I understand the purpose is extremely high for the purpose of recharging an aquifer basin, okay? When we have plenty of areas going forward in districts 4 and 5, okay, that need flood control money. Question, it talks in the items here about a phase 2 to this project. If you can give us a little preview, what is phase 2?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Letman, so the current phase that we're proposing, or that is proposed to be under contract with this item, is 2 basins in this Mojave rattlesnake basins. There's proposed of 5 that could be completed on this property, and so these are the first 2. Okay,
so my point on that would be, as these come back, from a philosophical point of view, I will oppose those expansions, so those next phases. Is there anything in phase 1 that we're going to approve today that obligates us to complete these additional phases? In other words, you can come back and say, you did this, now you have to do, you did A, now you have to do B.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Letman, no. So these are independent, I believe. And Sam, did you have something you wanted to say to that, or?
Manager Elders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. I just want to affirm what you heard from Scott. The design concept report, and the design of this project it can stand alone as an independent. So phase 1 and 2 will be built. The degree of benefit to the aquifer from this recharge would be less than if all 5 were built, but there's no time frame. These could be built in the future, and it would be recommended that they are built at some point, not to take away from other needs around the county, but awarding this project will provide benefit, but it does not commit the board to any future expansion or a timeline of such a future expansion.
Manager Helters, may I ask a question on that, especially the rattlesnake project? It was my understanding that it might be an ancillary benefit that it would recharge the aquifer, but the main flood control benefit was that downstream on Bank Street and in places like this, that it was creating significant flooding. And maybe even at the high school, one of the high schools, Kingman High School, that there was some flooding that they had to, this project was going to help to remediate. Can you enlighten me on that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, the location of this basin is north of those locations that you mentioned, the Kingman High School and such. So it will not have a direct impact on those. It was floodwater that will go through the city that will be collected and will be retained at this basin, but it's north of the city, so the benefit will be to areas downstream of it, but not upstream of it.
Okay, I thought I had heard that there was a project that was going to remediate some of the flooding on Bank Street.
There are, Mr. Chairman, we have 3 projects in front of you today. The one we're discussing here, the Rattlesnake Basin, is north of the city, but the others will have impact on reducing floodwater through certain areas of Kingman, including Stockton Hill Road and Gordon and that area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, we also have a separate project that we're working on that is the Bank Street drainage as well. That's not on today's agenda.
Thank you, Director. Okay, go ahead and continue.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as if it's a flood control project, I think it's a good project. But for groundwater recharge, you look at the price tag on these things, they're incredibly expensive for the amount of water that you put back in the aquifer. I think it was like $18 million overall for 18 acre feet of water in the ground. It's an incredibly high price tag for that. If we're concerned about catching rainwater, we would be a lot better off to require rainwater catchment systems on new homes that are built on the aquifer. It's a lot cheaper to do that way, and the people can put that water to use on their own property. But this is just incredibly expensive. If you look at you get 3 houses per acre foot of water, basically is the needs of that is the rule of thumb. It's an incredibly expensive way to put water in the ground. But if it's a flood control project, that's a different story, and the side benefit is the recharge. But if we're going to do straight recharge projects, we should only do those with grant money that either comes from the state or from the federal government, and we shouldn't be doing those with local dollars. If we can leverage that, that's not a bad way to go. But just on the recharge project, it's an incredibly expensive way to put water in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. It was my assumption that the primary reason for any of these projects is to be a flood control mitigation. Is that not accurate?
Mr. Chair, I believe it is accurate. The Mojave Rattlesnake basins will have a huge impact on any development that is developed north of it. And there are several projects that are being proposed north of the proposed basin, as well as the Crestwood and the Riata basins have huge impacts for the downstream properties. Along with, we do get 75% of it. It is being funded through grants.
The other two are like.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
Won't be for me.
Motion to approve.
I'll second. Any additional discussion? Item number 40. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
I just appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you. Item number 41, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Mojave County Flood Control District. Approve the award and sign contract number 2006-035-IFB, Crestwood Detention Basin Construction with Perco Rock, Cedar City, Utah, for the construction of a detention basin in Kingman in the amount of $762,295.90. The bid already includes the allowance of a 15% project contingency, authorizing essential work. Flood control grants, grant funds, and local matching funds will be used based on approved budgets for the following funds. We have nobody sign up to speak on this item. Supervisor Lettman.
Director Holter, could you bring the map back up of where these are located?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about Crestwood, which is the red area on the top.
The northern portion, yes.
I'm assuming we purchased that property also for the flood control, on behalf of the flood control district.
Correct. Both the basin to the north and the basin to the south were purchased at the same time at public auction for about $250,000 as well.
Okay, and I'm assuming flood control funds were used for the purchases.
It was grant funded. It was through the grant fund funding that we have available, along with the 25% match.
Now on Crestview, okay, and looking at the information, this does state that the primary purpose is flood control with a secondary purpose of promoting infiltration into the subsurface within the boundary of the Hualapai Aquifer. What areas of unincorporated Mojave County are threatened by the Crestview Basin, if it's not put there? If we can look at the map.
Mr. Chair, and Supervisor Lettman, I can speak to that a little bit. I do have Randy Gremlich, our flood control district engineer, on the line as well, and he can help us. The unincorporated portion of the county is just east of this basin. It's kind of, you can kind of see the blue line that kind of outlines the city limits.
Yeah, nice, yeah.
So all of those, the properties just east of this basin will have an impact from or benefit from this basin, as well as properties that are in city limits as well.
Yeah, I think there's about 26, 27 properties in the unincorporated area. The vast bulk of this, of course, is right across Stockton Hill Road, okay, where it gets into the city limits. I actually don't have much trouble with the Crestview one, the way it's worded. I'll actually go ahead and make the motion to approve that one.
Second.
For that motion.
Wait till we get to Riata.
Yes.
Motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Supervisor Letman?
Item,
Okay, 42, we're going to go to 42?
yeah,
Okay.
do we really have to read all this?
No, I won't read it into the record.
Okay.
I'll read the very first part. Sitting as the Board of Directors for the Mojave County Flood Control District, approve the award and sign contract number 2026-036 IFB, Riata Detention Basin Construction with Lewis Equipment Services, LLC, Kingman, Arizona. Supervisor Letman, excuse me.
Okay, so I forgot to note on item 41 that we used $357,000 of local funds for that match for the Crestwood. Looking at the Riata, let's take a look at the map again. This is where I have a lot of questions. So I remember 5 or 6 years ago, we had a 10-year event. This is when I owned my cleaning and restoration company, and I do believe a wall of mud came out of this area and traveled across the city limit of Kingman, okay, across Stockton Hill Road, and I think I remember cleaning up some commercial locations near the Safeway, or I can't remember which one it was. Pretty bad event, okay, and it was clear where the mud came from. Would it be safe to say that this project directly borders the city limits of Kingman?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lynn, yes, that is correct.
Would it be safe to say that, by the way, this one also states that the primary purpose is not the filling of the retention basin, but in fact is flood control. Looking at that map, it appears that the primary beneficiary, okay, of the flood control effort is the city of Kingman. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lemon, I would agree. I do believe, and I would go back to our mission statement, that the flood control purpose is to protect life and safety of properties and of individuals, but it's not specific to just in the county.
Well, I understand that. Well stated. Here'd be my point. When you look at the map, if we could go back to the map, and this is not a GIS map, but I believe the parcels surrounding this area are owned by the city of Kingman, even though they are not in. So if we looked at, I believe it's the one that ends in 067, I can barely see that. But I believe parcels around the Riata Basin are in fact owned by the city of Kingman. And my question would be, so we used money to purchase this parcel. We also have $387,000 of local match grant going into the Riata. Why didn't we just have the city of Kingman buy this parcel of land from the state land trust? I mean, that's not directed to you. The politicians made that decision, not staff. But my point would be, city of Kingman should have bought this parcel of land and used their own flood control money to fix this problem instead of the county. Now, you might want to talk, of course, to the recharge benefits of Riata, which I believe are exceptionally good.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lemon, yes. In this particular area, and while we were creating this plan going forward back in 2023, we researched and had studies to find exactly where is the best pieces of land or areas to infiltrate the basin. And in this area, infiltration and percolation is exceptionally high. It does have the dual benefit of protecting properties adjacent to and downstream, but also on a 50-year, 100-year storm, it would be able to retain quite a bit of water and percolate quite quickly into that Wallapai aquifer.
Okay, and I understand that, and that's a good purpose and a good use of it. My only point is, when looking at the flood control component of Riata, I think we did a favor for the city of Kingman, okay, on this. And, you know, I'm not going to vote to approve this, okay, when it comes up for a motion. My point going forward is flood control money should be used for flood control, okay, not for the recharge of an aquifer. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other discussion? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we approve. Before I do that, I want to make a comment. We went out there and looked at this. Matter of fact, I've been out there about 3 or 4 times because one of the neighbors up there was concerned about the basin and impact on wildlife and whatnot, which we found out is not that great. But you're right in the fact that if you look at it where it is and where it's going to serve, it is going to serve probably the city of Kingman. That's going to be a benefit. I'll add this though. There's a lot of projects I think that goes both ways. We see one of the things is the CART program. That the city spends almost $1 million out there servicing our citizens out there. So I understand what you're saying. This was a decision that was made long before us. And I would probably agree with you that if it was a new project, the money hadn't been already allocated. And my understanding is we bought that at auction. I think Scott said $250,000. I think $160,000 was just for that one. So, you know, Rich, I agree with you on this. If this was something that was coming new to us, I would agree with you. Okay, it probably serves the city more than it does us, but it's already there. It does have a dual purpose, and like I say, I can't see. I mean, they've already started out there, and we've talked to the landowner that was complaining about it, and I think Scott answered his question. So with that, I'm going to say, you know, hey, it's there. It is a good project. It does serve a purpose. Whether it's a boundary situation or not, but I just think it's a project that we should go with. So I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Supervisor. We have a motion. Do I have a second? I'll second that. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. That concludes all the items that were pulled off of consent. We'll move to a public hearing. We have one public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 45. Discussion and possible action regarding approve the revised non-commercial and commercial fee schedule for the Mojave County Recorder's Office as presented, based on the Finance Department's cost analysis, following the required 60-day notice and public hearing, and to establish the new archiving and film processing fees as outlined in the backup materials. Do we have any sort of a presentation during call to public, or we have nobody signed up? Is there anybody wishing to speak during call to the public hearing? Excuse me. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Recorder Durst, do you want to come on up, or Recorder Henry, excuse me. Do you want to have a couple minutes to talk about this item?
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity. These fees we have had, and we haven't revised them or reviewed them in about 10 years. I did send an email to the 5 companies that currently receive our services, didn't receive any support or opposition for the change. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about them.
Terrific, thank you. I'd open it up to the board. Any questions for Recorder Henry? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. Got a motion second to approve. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move to our regular agenda this morning. First item is Development Services. Discussion, possible action regarding sitting as the Mojave County Board of Directors for the Mojave County Flood Control District. Approve the framework for IGA being negotiated with the 4 incorporated cities within the county for the distribution of flood control property tax levy funds. I won't read all of it into the record. First, Supervisor Latman. Do you want to do a brief presentation, Director Holtry?
Mr. Chair, yes. Let me see if I can pull it up. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. This item's before you today. We, I think at the beginning of the year in January, the board brought to the Flood Control District a proposal to alter the formulation of how we distribute the funds to the cities as far as flood control funding is concerned. With that discussion, the board directed staff to meet with the cities and see if there's a way that we can come up with a new formula that can assist the county in bringing back some of those funds to the county. As I'll show you in my slide presentation, that the distribution has kind of altered over the past several years. I would like to go back to the mission statement of flood control. Like Supervisor Lettman mentioned, it is for the safety and protection of property. I believe we were thrown into the infiltration and aquifer protection because it is semi-related with protecting properties as far as creating those basins and having that dual purpose. But I do believe that it is our responsibility for the safety and protection of all Mojave County citizens. To kind of get into it, the flood control revenue allocations have varied over the past several years. Prior to 2013, the distribution was quite different, and you could see from our map or our graph here that a lot of the funds were distributed to the county, a little over 60%, as well, where 40% were going to the cities. A new formulation was created in 2013 that we believe was more fairly, a more fair way to distribute those funds to the cities as well as the county. It was based off of property valuation. A few things that we didn't account for were some changes that have happened since then. Just so you can get a good idea, from 2009 to 2020, FY 2027, the distribution has changed significantly, where we were about 60% funded to the county and 40% to the cities. It's kind of flip-flopped, where now about 55% of the funding goes to the cities and 45% is to the county. Prior to 2013, the tax levy of 50 cents was split into two 25-cent levies. The first 25 cents, we would distribute $775,000 to the cities as a base, and the rest would go to the county. Whereas the secondary levy of 25 cents was distributed based on property valuation. 2013, they created a new formula. The formula essentially took 20% of the funds for flood control admin and our flood alert weather station services that benefits all of the county, including the cities, as well as the fee to the treasurer. That 20% was taken off the top, where the 80% then was distributed by the valuation of assessed property valuation. Going just back to our little graph in 2013, when we created that formula, property values were pretty similar across the county, and distribution was about that 55% to the county and 45% to the cities. Since 2013, there's been some significant changes, lots of development and growth in the unincorporated areas as well as the unincorporated areas. Implementation of Prop 117 changed the valuation of properties and put a limit on them. Shift in assessed values have changed significantly in the cities, as opposed to not a whole lot of change in the unincorporated areas. There's been increased flood control infrastructure obligations in the unincorporated areas, rising capital cost and maintenance cost, as well as the AFW, the flood alert warning system, was then deducted prior to the formulation in FY 2019. January of this year, the board directed us to look at the formula to see if there was a more equitable and more fairly way, or a fair way to distribute the funds, but also meet the needs of the county, but work with the cities to see if we can come up with a formula that would work. We had a meeting in February of this year. We sat down with each of the city managers. Supervisor Lingenfelter and Supervisor Letman were also involved in that meeting. What we came up with is that with the cities, I think the fear would be is that they would, if we change the formula now, that they would have a reduction in funding for their already planned projects that they have for flood control. The idea that our staff was able to come up with and present to the cities is that we would take the base allocation that is given to them in the FY27 year, and that would be their base level, that they would not receive less than what their base is. And any revenue that is, or projected growth, because our formula is based on projected growth going forward. Any projected growth going forward, 80% of that funding would go to the county and 20% would go to those cities. There was a lot of discussion in that meeting. We were able to have good communication with the cities. Some of the things that came out of it is if for some reason they have an excess of growth of over 25%, it seems like they should still be able to get some of those funds, and the county would still benefit because of the excess of growth. But then at that point, if 25% of the growth happens in that particular city, then it would be a 50-50 split. The long-term goal is a 10-year projected IGA, or 10-year IGA with the cities to be able to bring the county back to a 55% funded funding and the 45% to the cities. The cities also wanted to make sure that we could distribute or could withhold the funds 1 year to help assist with projects maybe that they have during the year, and could wait on funding for 1 year. So that was discussed, as well as making sure that we have coordination with each of the cities on a quarterly basis. That way we can make sure that we're all on the same page. This kind of outlines a 10-year projection of what it would look like with the new IGA and formula to get us back to that 55% for the county and 45% for the cities. Just to kind of break down how it works, we'll receive an annual revenue calculation. With that, the cities get their baseline, and then anything above that baseline, 80% goes to the county, 20% to the cities. Anything above 25% growth, it's a 50-50 split. If revenues do not grow, then no growth allocation applies. And then if we see a decline, then no allocation would apply, as well as distribution of the funds would be adjusted accordingly throughout each jurisdiction. I do believe it was a cordial meeting between the cities. Nobody's happy about not receiving less funding, but I think we're with the assurance that they're not going to receive less than the baseline. The cities were able to understand that we do have a big need in the county, and that we do need to shift the distribution, and that this 10-year IGA plan could work to help balance it back out. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director. Open it up to the board for questions. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtree, the 25% growth number, is that growth in population or growth in tax revenue?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, would be a tax revenue. So if they receive that at least the 25% in growth tax revenue that year, then they would receive the 50-50 split.
I don't know, I might ask Director Mornian, can they see a 25% increase in flood revenue tax, or is that above the limit?
Sorry, no, it would be for their property valuations. If they exceed 25% in property valuation growth, then they would be a 50-50 split instead of the 80-20.
Right, I think that still might be limited, though. But I'm okay making a deal that'll never come true, so.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, I believe the valuation on the property can increase more than 5%. I think what you're referring to is the limit of a 5% year-over-year increase for the assessed valuation. So the full cash value on the properties could increase more than 5%.
We're the ones that set the revenue number. We're the ones that set the levy also.
Yes. And the levy is maxed out at what it currently is at 50 cents per $100.
I think there might be some confusion. It's for the growth of the city. So if Lake Havasu has several planned developments that are coming to the city itself, and that growth, if it goes above 25% of what they were last year, then they would receive the 50-50 split.
So it would be a growth in the overall property value excluding
of the city, yeah.
Inflation?
Right.
Within the city limit. Mr. Chairman, if I may. Supervisor Gould, all cities spoke of significant plans to grow. And so growth in whether it's infill areas or new subdivisions, it's growth within the city that they're planning for and counting on. And if that takes place with the rate that they think it will happen, the assessed value within the city limit could go up, at least in their mind, by more than the 25%. They asked for that to be inserted in the agreement because they're hopeful that they may achieve that.
Right, but we also have just regular growth in the assessed valuation of all the property inside the county. If you had no building, your odds are that the assessed value is still going to go up.
So to your
point, you have two moving parts.
Right.
Which of the two moving? Actually, you had three moving parts. We've eliminated one, so we're down to two moving parts.
Growth is going to, we believe growth is going to continue to take place in the entire county, in the cities and the unincorporated areas. That growth, any growth above the FY27 base would be distributed with the 80-20 that you heard Scott speak of, up to that 25% mark. If a city grows, if a new development, to give example of Lake Havasu City spoke of the sales of the state land and the plans that they have associated with that, and they think they can grow in a substantial way, and their property assessment value could increase over the baseline by more than 25% in 1 year. And we said if you experience that kind of growth, it's good for everyone. We'll go ahead and agree to it. And we included it in the presentation to you, the board.
So are you going to use the overall number of new construction and the raising assessed values?
Mr. Chair, maybe I could bring up one of my slides and kind of help illustrate it, if possible. For example, Lake Havasu City in FY27 has $3.6 million in property valuation, and that's what they received their flood allocation amount on. With the growth, we in this projection we projected based off of previous growth years, but in FY28 they are increased roughly $100,000, and so if that difference exceeds 25%, then we would split 50-50 instead of the 80-20. Hopefully that helped.
Well, that number is flood control revenue.
Okay, that's a good point.
And this is part of my issue. What number are we talking about?
It's their property valuation, so whatever they receive.
So there's a number that the assessor puts out that gives the total property valuations for all the properties in the county. And I'm assuming that they can break that down to the cities. Is that the number we're talking?
Yes.
So that would also include rising property assessments on existing properties also?
Correct.
So it's 25% a year in the total valuation of one of the cities?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion? I do want to take a moment just to say thank you to the cities that did go to that meeting. I thought it was fairly productive. They had some great ideas themselves. They were thankful that this proposal actually retained some certainty in their planning moving forward. So I appreciate all of the effort that's gone into it. Any additional discussion, or I would entertain a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve item 46 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Second.
Heard that motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, Board. Moves us to item number 47, discussion, possible action. Sitting as the Board of Directors for the Golden Valley Improvement District, received the detailed project summary reports for contract number 24-B-05 GVID well number 2 replacement construction awarded to Stewart Brothers Drilling Company, Milan, New Mexico, and contract number 2025-025-IFB GVID well number 2 replacement, well number 5 equipment construction awarded to Fan Environmental LLC, Prescott, Arizona, in accordance with Administrative Procedure 2-1, Mojave County Construction Contracts Change Orders. Director Acton.
Good morning. This agenda item is just to accept the report that is required as a part of Administrative Procedure 2-1. Essentially, we're doing 2 contracts at one time on this closeout report because well drilling projects are such that you can't necessarily award one contract for the entire thing, and so we drill the well and then we equip the well. We've substantially completed that work, and so this is the time for us to report to the board on how that project went, what the finances were, any lessons learned, and I will pass this to Director Latosky to give you some project-specific information.
Great, thank you. Director Latosky.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lingenfeld and members of the board. I have 2 brief slides to show on the screen if those could be pulled up, and they are. Really excited about this project in delivering the well 5, the well 2 replacement, if you will, project at the Golden Valley Improvement District through the appropriation of District 4 ARPA funds. I want to start by giving special recognition and thanks to our Water Operations Supervisor, Jesse Roy Bell, our Water Systems, our Water Operator Senior, April Van Buren, as well as our Project Administrators, Marty O'Connor and Kelly Stickrath. They were so instrumental in delivering this project on schedule and on budget, actually below budget, with all the savings actually returned to Golden Valley Improvement District funds. The project had approximately, and I'm just using a rounded number of about $2.5 million of ARPA funding total for the drilling and equipping of the project. As Director Acton pointed out, it was a 2-phase project because different specialty contractors were engaged in the drilling and the equipping. So staff was able to deliver this project within a 2-year time period overall, given the extensive design that was required both with drilling as well as the equipping, and yet 2 construction contracts. So 4 contracts total in delivering this project, yet we were able to do it in such an expedited time frame. This second slide is just a snapshot of where we are located. Well 5 is drilled built and operational adjacent to the existing well number 2. It ties in directly to the arsenic system, which you see on the left-hand side of the photo there, our arsenic treatment tank. So it was very, the intelligence in identifying the location was really spot on, because we're able to tie it into our existing well 2 system for an entirely integrated system. A couple of other items of note that we will have in our FY27 budget proposal: a cross-control system so that we can achieve a connection of the new well 5 to our tanks up on Teddy Roosevelt to service that pressure zone, because originally the well 2 could not pump to that other northerly pressure zone. And then there will be, most importantly, a water system model forthcoming when we put well number 5 into operation, which, by the way, when we started this project at the very beginning, requested the ARPA funds, we were targeting 400 gallons per minute production. We were able to hit that with the preliminary testing of the well, and we do anticipate to actually be able to put in operation at a level of higher of 400 gallons per minute. So we're really pleased about that. So the water system model will help us identify in the future what additional infrastructure will be necessary to serve the 6,400 acre feet of water allocations that we have with the original allocation. And with that, I'll take any questions from the board.
Thank you, Director. Any questions? Supervisor Martin.
Thank you. This total project was, what, $2.5 million?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, approximately $2.8 million total,
2.8.
2.5 of ARPA.
Okay. And just, who started that? Who gave that money to GVID?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, that would have been an appropriation to the District 4 office of the District 4 ARPA funds.
Was that Supervisor Bishop?
Correct.
I just want to make sure she gets noted and gets credit that she was the one that started that project. So as long as we got that on the record, I appreciate what Supervisor Bishop did for District 4 and for GVID.
Any other discussion, or I would entertain a motion? For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
For the motion, a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you, Board. Item number 48, discussion, possible action. Receive cost-benefit analysis of the Vector Training Program as approved by the Board of Supervisors from Finance and Human Resources Departments, continued from the February 17th Board of Supervisors meeting. Director Demers. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter. Good morning, members of the board. So today I'm going to provide the overview of the county employee training program to support the cost benefits analysis and all of the return on investment from this training. The employee training plan currently has about 23 courses, and those 23 courses are assigned to 966 employees for a total number of assignments of 16,510 assignments. The total investment on the training is about $198,000. The way this is calculated is based on the rate of pay of each employee and the number of minutes that it takes for them to take each one of those trainings. This total divided by the number of assignments gives us an average cost per assignment of $12. The training is set up in different modules. So the first pillar for the trainings is workplace safety and operational risk. So these trainings protect the workplace and the employee safety. The second pillar of the training is focusing organizational culture, leadership development, and workplace climate. These are important for managers and supervisors to assist with understanding effective communication, conflict resolution, employee engagement, and workplace expectations. The next pillar of this training program is focused on legal compliance and liability reduction. It covers topics such as harassment prevention, employee law compliance, and workplace practices. Those are actually areas of high liability costs for employers in general and the county. The other pillar of the training work frame is ethics, integrity, and public trust. So those courses are the ones that enforce ethical decision-making, professional conduct, confidentiality, and responsible use of public resources. This slide basically is showing that, it's training should be viewed as a preventive investment rather than just a simple cost. Training helps to the organization to assess and mitigate risk situations into more manageable situations. It does support, resilience and operations of the county as an organization. Over here, there's a couple of benchmarks related to, claims and percentage of claims and costs. General on benchmarks for organizations such as the Employment Opportunity Commission, the Society for Human Resources Management, and the Arizona County's Insurance Pool. So what it shows is that organizations, in general, industry research shows that organizations that don't have strong training plans, they are at higher risk of experiencing workplace claims and more investigations. Based on those benchmarks here, legal disputes can cost tens of thousands of dollars to the county, and those training plans represent a very cost-effective strategy to prevent some of those. This is a very high-level overview of the county exposure and some liability costs in the last few years. So when we review all of those, we can see that the majority of those liability exposures happen with vehicle incidents, premise liabilities, and a lot of employee-related claims. So some of those claims, they close within the same year. Some of those claims may carry forward for several years, and while they are still open, they are incurring legal costs and administrative costs. So trainings in general are a way to support, to reduce some of those. So here I'm trying to show what is really the return on investment on this training platform and this training program. It's just showing that some of those trainings will help to prevent several issues and assist the county with risk reduction, consistency in organizational structure, early intervention and early problem prevention. We will support employees and supervisors with clear guidances and consistency throughout the organization, and we will also help to promote the organizational growth and public trust. The goal with those training plans is just not to assign courses to everybody, but is to assist to protect the employees, the workplace, and the organization in general, and minimize exposure while trying to safeguard at the best taxpayer resources. It was questioned, and I just want to make sure that, it's clear that Human Resources has been working not only with elected officials, but all of the other department heads to try to make sure that trainings are assigned as, as needed, redundancies or duplications are eliminated, and we are open to, continued support, these trainings to be efficient and effective throughout the organization. And with that, I conclude this presentation and open for any questions.
Thank you, Director. I'd open it up to the board for questions. Supervisor Martin, want
Yes.
to kick us off?
I've looked over these and I've taken a bunch of them, but my concern is some of these I don't think need to be given to everyone. Some of them for sure, some of the issues, but all 27 or whatever, it takes a ton of time to complete those. And then as I went through them, and I think I'm half or three-quarters way through them, I started thinking about it, and I said, well, what about employees that don't have county vehicles? Why do they have to go through county-mandated vehicle training? They've got a driver's license, they got their own insurance, so why should we require them to take county driving when they don't even drive a county vehicle? If let's say it's a secretary. She's never going to drive a vehicle. Why should she take that? Why should she? We pay for that time for her to take that. So I think that whole process needs to go through and be evaluated by employee status, not just a blanket, well, everybody's going to take it, because quite frankly, I think some of it's not needed. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Supervisor. Other comments, other discussion?
May I just comment
Oh,
on
yeah,
that?
please, Director.
So Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, some of those trainings that doesn't directly seem to be impacting an employee, for example, with safety driving, right? So this is a video that just talk about defensive driving, making sure that everybody has good practices in driving. Some of those jobs, they don't have county vehicles. They may occasional drive for county business. So it could be going to a training. When they go to a training from one building facility to the other, they are driving for business. When they go to a conference, or sometimes they needed to go pick up like a report or meet with somebody on a different building. So even without a county vehicle, some of those employees will be driving for county business. So that's why we extend it to everybody, just for prevention. So if somebody is driving, it will assist. Other trainings such as, for example, blood-borne pathogens, it's important because sometimes employees may have to help not only a member of the public, but a coworker on a medical situation. So they are, at this point, understanding how to prevent themselves to also be hurt or exposed to anything that could cause some future illness. Those are kind of basic trainings also recommended by our county insurance pool. They are part when we renew an insurance policy here for the county, or we have several insurance policies for the county. So there are questionnaires that are asked to us in order for us to get discount points. So it asks, what type of training do you provide to employees, in relation to driving vehicles during business hours? What kind of trainings do you provide for employees for workplace safety? So all of those questions are asked as we renew those, and they count as points for discounts on our insurance policies.
Supervisor Martin.
Yeah, I understand that, but how do you do a cost analysis? Okay, so you get points, you get a discount point for having them do it, but then we have to pay them. They're on the clock when they're doing it. So you're paying for it. So does that not offset your points or whatever? I mean, I don't know what it breaks down to, but it seems to me that if we're paying an employee on the clock to go through a training because you're going to get a discount on the points, you need to know how that balances out, because it just seems kind of far-fetched to me, but that's
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elters, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Martin, the points and the credits that Juliana is talking about is specific to ASIP, the Arizona County's insurance pool. We are a member of that. The group, in order to renew policies year after year, agrees on a set of standards that all 13 counties implement to ensure that our exposures as a group remains low. And it's important that when we agree to, and when I say when I serve on the board of trustees for that, every county manager does, and she is an alternate. We have to commit to taking certain steps to ensure that all 13 counties are doing the same thing. So when it's renewal time, one county is not a drag on the system. It's like your personal insurance when you go to renew. If you've had incidents, your insurance is guaranteed to go up. So those are the types of things that we are attempting to ensure that they're in place to hold our end of the commitment to have renewals that remain at reasonable cost, and to ensure that our policies are working for us. And if I may, we don't really know whose employee is going to go to a training someday and drive their vehicle. but be on county travel time or drive a county vehicle. And I guarantee you, I know firsthand, we've had incidents with employees going to training and having an incident. Not necessarily their fault, but it does happen. So this really covers us, and the time it takes to complete the program, Supervisor, is reasonable considering the benefit that you get out of it to minimize our exposure.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how many of these training classes were the classes that we agreed to provide to do under ASAP agreement?
So they're not tied to classes.
Do you have a list of them?
Oh, yes. So the questionnaire, when the questions are asked, they're not tied to a specific class. It could be a combination of some of those. So driving is one of them. The bloodborne pathogens, the exposures ones,
The reason I ask if there's a list, because I would think that that would be in the report that I requested. Is if these something that's mandatory that we'd agreed to, that should be in the list.
So,
Or that should be in the report.
Supervisor Gold, I'm just going to clarify, none of those, per ASIP are mandatory. They are all recommended, and they all support the safety in workplace, but not per ASIP, none of those are mandatory. I just want to clarify that.
The classes that are required by ASIP are not mandatory?
They are not required by ASIP, but they are strong recommended by ASIP to assist us in lower our claims. They are not mandatory, and they are strongly recommended because they assist with lowering claims.
I thought the county manager said those were the ones that we agreed to, that ASIP agreed to.
Supervisor Gould, there are commitment made on behalf, it's an expectation of the county to implement this program because all other counties are doing the same thing. So we're committing on behalf of the county to provide these classes because they reduce the exposure and the number of claims and the cost of those claims to the county. So it is strongly recommended, and it's expected. I didn't really, with all due respect, I didn't say mandated. I just said we make commitment to, it's a set of standards and training that all counties do, and we're one of those counties.
So do we have a list in the report of those strongly recommended classes?
So this entire package is part of the ASIP strongly recommended classes. The Vector Solutions platform that we are implementing today is ASIP platform for training, and the stronger recommended ones. In addition to those, that platform has additional trainings, which are they consider more voluntary trainings and not part of this recommendation. So all of those trainings within the Vector platform are recommended trainings by ASIP.
So the whole package is the recommended by ASIP classes.
Correct, and this is their platform, yes.
Interesting. So, and everybody is taking all the classes? Is that what I heard you say? Or
No, not everybody's taking all the classes. So from the 23 training classes, 16 classes are taking are considered core classes that we would assign to any employee. 7 of those classes we are really assigning to supervisors and managers because those are more related to supervision. From the 16 classes and this additional 7, we also worked with several departments that already have some mandatory other agencies, interagency mandatory trainings that fall into the same category. So we removed so employees don't take duplication. For example, some of the staff on law enforcement already have to take some of those trainings, so they are not taking through this platform. A lot of the Superior Court, through COJET to the state of Arizona, have the same requirements. So they are not taking through us, they are taking through the state of Arizona platform. So we remove, so people are not taking duplications. So we've been working with the departments as they have been required by other agencies to take similar trainings. We are removing and just documenting this on this platform.
so was the Sheriff's Department always in this plan?
No, so we have a conversation with Sheriff Schuster's when we initially implemented this, and the sheriff did not need to participate because all these trainings are covered under law enforcement trainings.
Was that before I put this item on the agenda?
Yes, there was never an assignment to sheriffs, yes.
Interesting, because that's not what the sheriff led me to believe when I spoke with the sheriff about it. So I know my assistant, who I believe basically is an office worker, and she does drive a county car. Her required training was 6.5 hours of training.
Yeah.
So that would be, if you add all those things up, it was 6.5 hours. Add on, if you were somebody that had some OSHA required training or something like that, that's gonna be above and beyond that stuff. How much of this training, how long was the training that we were doing to new hires?
So the new hires they are assigned a package similar to this one, and they have a few trainings that have to be completed within the first week, and then other trainings as time permits, they complete all the trainings.
So previous to this year, did we have ongoing training like this?
Yes. So bloodborne pathogens, defensive driving, sexual harassment. There was quite a few trainings that were already part of either the onboarding or the ongoing employment status.
How many of them were ongoing?
Now you caught me. I cannot answer it specifically. I can come back with that number, but I would say that probably a third of those.
And a lot of this, the one slide showed 65% of it was automobile related.
A combination
of the claims.
A combination. So it's a combination, not only automobile claims. So it shows that vehicle liability, it's about like 30% of the claims. Facilities liability, like slip, trip, falls, like wet surfaces, falling from stairs, injuring from equipment, about 20%. Employment practices, about 15%. Like road maintenance, faulty roadways, like some signage and some issues, like about 10%. Some administrative, professional, kind of like issues with supervision, incorrect like termination or disciplinary issues, about 5%, and other property damage, about 5%. This is about 85 of the claims. The other 15, I didn't put it over here because they are very law enforcement specific and they are not covered by this package.
Because you can send me to the class to not rear end cars that are in front of me. But I don't know that that's going to stop me from rear-ending cars. And if you could, not that I harass women, but you could send me to the class to tell me not to harass women, and I don't know that that really is going to change the behavior if I was already had a propensity for doing that kind of thing. So I don't see these things quantified into dollars, which is what I really wanted to see. I wanted to see we're putting, if you look at the number that's there, we're putting $300,000 into this training program, and I'd like to see $300,000 of savings on the other side, but I don't see any numbers. I see a bunch of random amounts, but not really what are we going to see, what are we saving for the implementation of the program.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elders, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould, to your example, if we have a policy in place that says an employee needs to have the sexual harassment training or harassment in the workplace, whether it's sexual or otherwise, and an incident occurs and somebody files a claim, as it's adjudicated, the question often comes up, have you been trained? Does the county have a policy to train? If the answer is yes, then the county exposures drop significantly and they can go after the employee, but the county is training. We can't make or stop people from doing what they're supposed to do or not doing what they're supposed to do, but we can train them and shift that responsibility and that risk. So if a claim goes to trial or to arbitration, and we can show that the county did what the county can to train, it's a standard training like every other county and the state does, then the employee could be, as an individual, held responsible, but the county isn't, but the county did what it can to inform and train the employee. That's really where the difference comes in.
But is it really necessary to reinforce that training on a yearly basis? You would think legally we'd be covered if that was in the onboarding. That we say, here, we have a policy against sexual harassment, here's our policy, read it, sign it. It seems like that would be a done deal, and maybe you need to hit it again every decade or something, but I don't really think we need to tell our folks that. You know, my parents raised me, and I haven't participated in that behavior during my life. You know, and I don't know how many times they had to tell me to get that through my head, but I don't know that they told me that every year, and they haven't told me about that for the last 50 years, so here we are. I don't know that we need to reinforce everything that's on that list every year. Because what it boils down to is taxpayer dollars, and in our case, it boils down to property tax dollars. And that in our state shared revenue. You know, no one's giving us a grant to do this. This is coming out of the taxpayers' pockets.
Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Gould, I couldn't agree with you more. Your point is well taken. I understand and appreciate it. But those parameters, those guidelines keep changing. It's almost like the driver's license rules, and when it comes to driving under the influence, it kept changing. And if you took your driver's license and 3 years later you went to renew it, or 5 years later, the laws often changed. This is really no different. And you know, again, what is being presented is in an effort to manage exposure and risk for the county, and to ensure that we have the tools to demonstrate that we're doing our part. So the county would not be held responsible for behaviors such as the ones that are covered here. If the board feels like it doesn't need to happen annually, and that's a decision the board can make, and I will deal with it. I don't know how it would fit within ASIP. We, you know, in our meetings, and we meet monthly as the Board of Trustees, we review cases from across all 13 counties, and we discuss what we're doing. Is it adequate? What can we do? At what cost? And we try to come to an understanding and a decision that works for all the counties and enables us to renew our policies year after year at the minimal rate increase possible. I don't know what else to say to this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
From looking at the report, it appeared that about half of the employees have done all their training, that another quarter of those are about 75% through their training, and the other quarter haven't done any training. What I would move is that we stop the training for this year, that wherever you are as an employee, you stop your training now, that we take a look at this again in another year and see what the cost benefit was for that training before we decide what we're going to do for training next year.
Would you take some additional discussion before we do a motion?
Sure.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, is there do we have an employee handbook?
We do.
Is this information in the employee handbook?
It is that the employee needs to comply with, like the workplace safety and regulations, and comply with, all of the statutory requirements.
Just let me be more specific.
No, we don't. We have not updated the personnel policies and procedures to add this training plan, as this has been in discussion. The goal was to update the personnel policies and procedures as we make a definition to how we're going to move forward with this training platform.
Okay, well, my question is like family medical leave, is that part of the employee handbook?
Yes, it is.
And of course, they have the employees know their rights, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, this cost one department $8,000 for the training, $6,000 for staff time. That's $14,000 a year from one department. My assistants took us, and took her 6 hours, almost 6 to 7 hours to do all this training. It didn't even pertain to what she does, like bloodborne pathogen exposure. And a lot of the stuff, community employee handbooks. Here's one. This will be really interesting one here. Fire safety. Hey everybody, the fire extinguisher's over there, and there's the exit. That took me 6 seconds to train my people in my office. That's a waste of a half an hour on the computer for an employee to be doing this kind of training. And then I've seen this stuff, and there's so much DEI riddled stuff in this stuff. It actually creates more of a hostile environment, because you're going to be walking on eggshells. Employees are walking on eggshells, waiting for somebody to go, hey, you just offended me. Well, I'm offended, you're offended. This is ridiculous. And I agree, this needs to be put on hold. It's a waste of taxpayer money. Did we have this training prior to you coming on board, this program?
Yes, the platform has been available since the county joined the ASIP. Since the county joined ASIP.
Manager Altos, you wanted to comment?
I will wait until you're done.
Supervisor Borelli, thank you.
When did the county adopt this program here?
Manager Altos?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Borelli, I believe it's been with us for decades. I was with Mojave County from 1986 to 1999, and I remember taking some of those classes. It was not the same material, but it was similar classes. We've had it throughout the year. It's updated. It may expand or shrink depending on the need, but we've had training with us for the defense driving classes. Believe me, back to the 80s, we've had it.
Well, I'm all about training our employees, because that's what we need to do, train, but we need to train smart, and only train the things that's actually applicable for your boss, your mission. I mean, I don't need to know how to break down a cannon, because I'm not a cannoneer. I'm a truck driver. I don't need to do this. Needs to be more tailor-made for each section. And I think this can be streamlined. A lot of this, 90% of this stuff can just be an employee handbook. My assistants took this test, and 80% of it doesn't even pertain to this. Pertain to them.
Mr. Supervisor Borelli, thank you. I understand. Your comments are honestly well taken. Whether it's defensive driving or whether it's harassment in the workplace, all it takes is one, and the cost could reach tens of thousands, believe me. And I would say, as you're getting ready to make a motion and vote on it, we can debate this all day long. I would say to you, and I feel compelled to tell you, I strongly urge the board and believe a program of training is necessary. It does have tangible and intangible benefits, and it will serve the county. And I feel compelled to say that I think it will not serve us well if we pause the training or not adopt it. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chairman.
Supervisor Borelli? Director Demers, I'm going to just ask a couple of questions. First of all, I appreciate the robust conversation that we've had today on this item. I've just been sitting here listening, and I think if I'm not mistaken, the end goal here is to not be the weakest link in the chain when it comes to the ASIP pool. Is that right?
That's correct, Chairman.
I think part of it is, at one point, we used to have 2.5 days of new employee orientation programming where all employees, no matter where they were going within the organization, would receive a foundational set of, here's what we do, here's what we don't do. I mean, common sense, maybe not common sense stuff. And then we would leave it to the managers, the directors of the departments for any sort of job description specific training that they needed to have. At some point, and I don't know when, we as the county transitioned from a 2.5 day NEO, the first 2.5 days that you worked for the county, to this. I think, are they just automatically being released into the departments and then they have to go into this training as they have time, or how exactly does it work? I mean, because I know that the model that I'm used to is that you had 2.5 days of new employee orientation. You went through it. Some of the material was dry, so bring a Coke and stay awake and whatever, right? But you got it all knocked out in the first 2.5 days, and then they had a pretty solid foundation for any other employee-specific training. When did we change from that 2.5 day model over to this 6 hour or whatever it is now, this vector training?
So just to just re-sentence how this is done, Chairman, looks like when I started here about a year ago, the orientation was about just 1 day. What happened is that during orientation, only a few of the major work safety trainings were the ones that were provided in the afternoon or on the half of the second day, which was the safety driving, the bloodborne pathogens, and then there was just a brief conversation about the county policy on, workplace violence and, harassment or discrimination. What we find out is that, there was no need for the employees to be coming next day because a lot of those trainings will end up being completed within the same day in the afternoon. So that's why the second day was removed, because the employee was coming on the second day just for a half a day, and we thought it was more productive for the department to have the employee back. So we just consolidated and make it not optional to come back on the second day, but everybody would stay the whole day.
Got it. This brings me to my second point, and I should probably know the answer to this, but I don't. Does Mojave County have any sort of a supervisory course series for our managers?
Yes. So we are trying to implement with this, some additional supervisory training through this platform. What we incorporated within this new employee orientation that didn't happen before, it is a section, a 1 hour for managers and supervisors only, to address some of those, where to find resources as a manager and a supervisor, such as when an employee requests for leave, when there is a performance evaluation issue, when there is some type of disciplinary matter. So we created a component within the new employee orientation for supervisors only.
In listening to both sides of the issue, I'm trying to be a problem solver, and maybe one of the things that we can do. How many people do you have in your department?
14.
Yeah, and each one of the HR folks departments have their liaison in HR, right, that they go to, right?
Yes.
You guys can't be, you're not big enough to be in every single department, right? So if we don't want to be the weakest link in the ASIP pool, I'm all for giving all employees a foundation so they can stay out of trouble. They know what they're supposed to do. They know what they're not supposed to do. But I think if we were to have a really strong supervisory core series, maybe a couple of days or something, to have those supervisors, those managers, to further empower them, they actually work in every single department that we have. And if your end goal is to mitigate claims, I agree cost avoidance is a lot harder to quantify than cost savings. But if that's your goal and you don't want to be the weakest link, then why not have a supervisory core series that's very robust, and then you have somebody in every single department every single day of the year, and maybe you can arrive at the same goal without having every single employee do 6 hours of training every year. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Chairman Lingenfelter, I feel like very happy to hear this because this is one of the, like the biggest programs that we are currently working. We are about to, like probably in 60 days to launch what we are calling a Supervisory Academy. So we put together several trainings related to a lot of those topics, like in-person voluntary trainings that, like we're going to be holding on a quarterly basis. We already have, actually, if you go into the employee page on our website, you will see there is a calendar already set there, and the classes are going to be posted. So the employee, the supervisor, the manager can just click on one of those classes and register, to attend in coordination with their department. So I'm happy to hear this. We are already addressing this.
Well, I think that we pay managers more to take on more authority and more responsibility, right? It's not for HR to weaken our managers. We need to strengthen them and bolster them as much as we possibly can, right? Because they get paid more, they take that extra responsibility and the pay that comes with it willingly. So they should have a responsibility for extra training, right? Rather than everybody having to do the same training. I'm an advocate of that. But I think we do have a motion, unless there's any other discussion. Supervisor Gould, do you want the clerk to read that back? Or?
Sure, let me state it again. The employer vector training program will stop in place. Any required state or federal training will continue. We will evaluate the success of the training next year to determine how to proceed.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
Director Demers, I'm not a fan of the program. I think you already know that. How many people have completed the training so far?
We have a total of 546 employees that completed the training so far. 420 of those are supervisory employees and 126 are non-supervisory duty employees.
How many employees have not completed the training out of the eligible training pool?
About 420 employees.
Okay. I think training is an important part of running a good organization. We're so far down this path. We're going into April shortly. My preference would be that we would wrap up this training program, just complete it, but not bring this same program back for next year.
Director Demers, hearing what we've heard from your testimony, and I appreciate where Supervisor Gould is coming from, but just pausing this training now, does it leave the county liable from a training standpoint, or is everything that all of the employees need to know covered by the employee handbook, as my colleague Supervisor Borelli noted, by department or section specific handbooks or manuals that they have? I mean, I want to make sure that if this passes, that it doesn't leave the county, liable.
Chairman Lingenfelter, yes. So if the employees are reading the employee personal handbook, they will come across our, like some of the discrimination, harassment, and other labor compliance policies. If they read on the leave side, they will understand how to handle their leaves when they have their needs. So the majority of those, if the employees are reading the personnel policies and procedures, they might come across them.
And do they have to sign off that they have read and understood those policies, just with possible claims, in mind?
So they have an acknowledgement that they received the book or the link, or if we have it printed because the employee
they've received it and that they either read it or comprehend it or they take it on themselves. I mean,
I don't think the language is in there.
Thank you. Supervisor Martin?
To that point.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Martin, and then Supervisor Borelli, if I could.
I just want to say I think Supervisor Lettman's point about let's finish it this year and be done with it so we're not the weak link, but then reevaluate it for next year.
Supervisor Borelli, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's more appropriate for the department head who supervises all their employees to, when it comes time for evaluation time, to ensure that the employee acknowledged that they have read the employee handbook and they are completed it. That's part of the supervisor's job, to ensure their people are being well informed. This micromanages and basically, undermines department heads, because this training is mandatory. My employees were told they had to do it. It wasn't by choice. They were told it's mandatory. And if they didn't complete it, their evaluations would reflect, which undermines me. Yeah. So redundant, and I think this program is a waste of money and man hours.
Supervisor Gould, you have comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find it hard to believe that we have employees that haven't heard this material before. If we're letting employees come in and they're not getting this and they're going into the workforce, we are really dropping the ball. So if someone I think they would have a hard time bringing a legal claim that they had not been provided with this information in the past. I don't want to continue wasting money on this program. I don't think that it's beneficial. Some of it is, and some of it should be applied to particular employees, but to broad basis across our entire workforce was ridiculous. And let me tell you what my number one issue is. You didn't bring this to the Board of Supervisors. You guys did this on your own. I find out about it getting an email telling me to take training, Gould. I thought I ran this place. I didn't know that the employees were running it themselves without input from the Board of Supervisors. That's what irritates me. Thank you.
Director Demers, just speaking for myself, I'm more comfortable with making sure that, that first day or whatever, I'm not sure if we're still doing that or not, but I feel more comfortable no matter what sort of a business you're running, that you give your employees that basic foundation before you have them interact with the public, especially in a public organization. So hopefully we're still doing that and covering all the bases and having all of our employees sign off that they've received the handbook and they've received anything else that's going to help minimize our exposure to the extent possible with the ASEP pool. We don't want to be the weakest link in that pool. I agree to that. Supervisor Borelli.
To that point, even when you do this training, and by the way, the employee's handbook is 209 pages. They've got it. It's available. So even if you read the whole thing and you did this training, still is not going to stop the county from being sued. Somebody's going to do something stupid no matter what you do. But everybody, if you're an employee, read the 209 pages of the county's policies and procedures. End of story.
Other discussion, or I'd entertain a motion?
Already made a motion.
I seconded it.
Okay, I'm sorry, excuse me, yes you did. We have motion and any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
And I'm going to cast a no vote on this as well. So motion fails. I'd entertain another motion. Or we can go on to the next item and it just dies for lack of action.
No motion needed.
Your motion? No? Okay. Item number 49. Do we have a motion?
Yes,
Supervisor.
Mr. Chair, I didn't know if we had any speakers on this item or not.
Number 49, we have no speakers. Thank you for checking.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to reject the offer as presented and to have the board's attorneys proceed as directed in our executive session.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Any additional, no additional discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 50, discussion, possible action, authorize use of existing fiscal year 25-26 vacancy savings to provide recruitment incentive payments for new attorney employees with the county attorney, public defender, and legal advocate departments. Total cost is estimated at $110,000. If all current vacancies were to be filled, attorneys choosing to accept the incentive payment must sign the attached employee acknowledgement form and adhere to its terms, including repayment provisions. We have no one signed up to speak on item number 50 that I'm aware. I'd open it up to the Director Mourning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter, board members. I believe all of you are aware of the difficulties that the county attorney's office and our legal defense departments have been facing over the last several years with recruiting. This item and the item that follows are very closely related, but in a nutshell, this is utilizing current year budgeted monies, basically vacancy savings, because they have a high number of vacancies in their attorney positions. It's taking some of those previously budgeted personnel monies and repurposing them to offer recruitment incentives, as well as in the following item, a retention incentive. Currently, across the various legal departments, they're on pace to have about 1.1 million in vacancy savings by the end of the year. And so these two requests are to use a portion of those monies to help alleviate the issue and hopefully fill some of those vacancies moving forward.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for Director Mourning? Supervisor Martin?
Yes, sir. Thank you. If you're going to have them sign a longevity contract, right? Is that part of the incentive?
Supervisor Martin, that will be the next item. This one is for the recruitment piece, and so, but they have similar contracts that they have to sign. Upon accepting that payment, they would sign a document that lays out what their obligations are as an employee who's receiving that payment. On the recruitment piece, they would be obligated to maintain employment in that attorney position for 2 years. If they left after 1 year, then the amount that they would need to repay would be prorated. If they stayed 2 years and then moved on to a different organization, there would not be a requirement to repay. But there's some stipulations here about residing within the county or very close to it in certain situations, full-time employees, that sort of thing, so that we can have a local dedicated workforce.
Now, but it doesn't take away, let's say you got a bad apple in there somewhere. They've signed a longevity contract and yet the department head says, you know what, I don't want this person anymore. They're a bad apple. Does that affect them at all when they sign this longevity contract?
I'm having trouble remembering, Supervisor Martin, so I'm going to refer here. Supervisor Martin, our county attorney, reminded me that we included in here, if they are terminated for cause, they would be obligated to repay.
Excellent. Excellent.
Other comments or questions? Attorney Smith, did you want to say any words, or only if there's questions? Okay, thank you, sir. I would entertain a motion on item number 50.
I'll move to approve item 50 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have its order. Thank you. Item number 51, authorize use of existing fiscal year 25-26 vacancy savings to provide immediate, one-time longevity incentive payments to current attorney employees within the county attorney, public defender, legal defender, and legal advocate departments. Total cost is estimated at $360,000. If all current attorneys accept the incentive payment, attorneys choosing to accept the incentive payment must sign the attached employee acknowledgement form and adhere to its terms, including repayment provisions. We have no one signed up to speak on item number 51. Do you have anything to share, Director Mournier?
Chairman Lingenfelter, the only thing that I would share is similar to the first item. This has the same type of stipulations, so the employees are signing. They are attesting to the fact that they will hold up their end of the bargain in return for receiving the payment.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion? Supervisor Lettman.
Mr. Mornian, what's the pool of employees that this $360,000 will be potentially distributed over? How many?
Supervisor Lettman, 10,000 apiece, 36 attorneys.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elders, thank you.
Just to point out, this is, it's at the county attorney's office, public defender, legal advocate. So it's the 36 is not just at the county attorney's office.
Yeah, that was in the motion. I do appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Any additional discussion? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve item 51 is read.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second? Motion second. Any additional discussion? One last time. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you, Board. Item number 52, discussion, possible action, authorize use of existing fiscal year 26 county attorney's office vacancy savings to transfer $45,000 to the mandated legal services center fund for the county attorney's office portion of the furniture purchased on PO 2026-00066. We have no one signed up for this item. I'd open it up for discussion or I'd entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll move to approve item 52 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
Second.
With that motion second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 53, discussion, possible action, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Library District, direct library administration in coordination with the County Manager's Office and County Attorney's Office to return to the Board in 30 days with Mojave County Library policy amendments that require parental consent for all minors under 18 for their library accounts, including written authorization from a parent or legal guardian, require annual parental reauthorization of all minor library accounts, establish robust parental control settings that allow parents to determine what categories of materials their minor child or children may check out, provide parental access to their minor children's library accounts, including the ability to review current and past checkout activity, provide optional notification tools allowing parents to receive alerts regarding materials checked out by their minor children, develop clear categorization and labeling of materials containing mature themes or content comparable to PG-13 or higher or otherwise requiring parental authorization, establish procedures requiring affirmative parental authorization before minors may check out materials within those categories. Staff shall return with proposed policy language, operational considerations, and implementation options for board consideration. We have a few people signed up to speak. Scotty McClure.
Scotty from Ballhead. I don't even know why we're having this conversation with this transgender bullshit that's gotten in here, into our country. I'm sick of this. Why are we having juveniles under 18, I guess, is juvenile? Because they turn 18 and they're an adult. Yeah, right. Why are we pushing this crap onto our kids anyway? Why isn't there a policy already here? That's what I really want to know. What in the hell has been happening in the last 50 years as Berkeley's taken over our library system? I said last time, this ALA president, Sam Helnick, I'm going to save her until the next, 63 or something. There's another item you're having about here when you're talking about being an associate or find an alternative. I'm going to wait for that comment period. This just is ridiculous why we're even here. This should have been in policy before, but these people have been sneaking in on the sides of their school boards, I served 9 years on a school board, and you can't believe some of the crap that the parents wanted to let in and make policy. We don't make rules, we make policy. And I'm telling you what, I was the only Republican on that board in Humboldt County. 6 Democrats and Green Party idiots, and 1 Republican. And it was fun fighting those bastards.
Dr. Rob Christensen. You could state your name and address for the record.
Dr. Rob Christensen, 3951 Sorensen Drive here in Kingman. I sent this letter to the board via email, and for time constraints, I'm just going to read portions of it. John Locke stated, "Children, I confess, are not born in this state of equality, though they are born to it. Their parents have a sort of rule and justification or jurisdiction over them when they come into the world, and for some time after, but it is but a temporary one." So the previous quote clearly demonstrates that parents possess natural rights to supervise what their children read and view. And I believe that the agenda item makes substantial progress towards the previous objective. But I contend portions of this agenda item may conflict with Arizona Revised Statute 41-151.22. That statute states, "Except as provided in subsection B, a library or library system supported by public monies shall not allow disclosure of any record or other information which identifies a user of library services as requesting or obtaining specific materials or services or as otherwise used in the library." Close quote. The previously cited Arizona Revised Statute leads to the following question. How is the term user defined in Arizona Revised Statute 41-151.22? It is unclear in the plain reading of the statute whether minors or their parents are considered users of the Mojave County Library. Given the ambiguity of the previous term in Arizona Revised Statute, I suggest that applicable sections of Arizona Revised Statutes require amending to permit public libraries the authority to create and execute policy to allow parents to monitor what public library materials are read and viewed by their children. In a previous communication to the board, I shared with you a correspondence I sent to the Arizona State Legislature asking for those amendments to the Arizona Revised Statutes. As a libertarian-minded Republican, I believe that civil government possesses the authority to aid parents to monitor what their children read or view because children do not possess the same rights as adults. But the fundamental right to decide what children read or view resides with the parents, not the government. As for adult library users, the civil government possesses no right to decide which books and materials are read or viewed. When civil government assumes the thought police role for adults, it is practicing censorship, and when censorship starts, where does censorship stop? So I hope that we distinguish between the two. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Ferry.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Ferry, and I'm here representing Mojave Free Readers, a newly formed library advocacy group with over 100 members, and we're growing every day. Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor Martin, I want to thank you for listening to over 600 constituents and opposing item 41 from the May 2nd meeting. I'm here to speak against the proposed additional parental controls for a library district. The reality of working families. In our community, we have many kids whose parents work full-time. It's already a significant hurdle for these parents to find the time to visit a branch and provide the required signed consent for their child to get a library card. Once a parent has granted that consent, the government should respect it. It is our responsibilities as parents to know the policies that are in place. Existing parental controls. Despite the narrative that our library lacks oversight, the facts show otherwise. No minor under 18 can obtain a card without a parent's signature. Children under 11 cannot be unsupervised in the library. If a parent wants more oversight, the tools already exist. They can choose not to let their child have a separate card, and instead check out materials for the family themselves. They can accompany their child, and they can review their checkout history online. These policies already exist. These tools allow for necessary conversations at home, leaving the parenting to parents, not the government. Neutrality and professionalism. It is simply not the government's responsibility to determine the appropriateness of a resource based on personal viewpoint. Only a parent or guardian should restrict their own child's access. When one government creates mandates to limit access for some, it creates barriers for everyone. Advocating for our staff. More policy inevitably equals more paperwork for our staff. This is kind of like what was discussed earlier. We value and trust our trained professional library workers and the parents of this county. I urge you to trust the experts and professionals, including the oldest and largest library association in the world. That's the American Library Association. We urge you to trust our parents to parent their own children and respect the privacy and constitutional right of your constituents. Free readers read freely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. That was the last person we had signed up. Board, before I open it up to discussion, I place this because if you'll recall, with the printing of election ballots, Mojave County actually took the opportunity to be a leader in the nation. We're the first ones to be using ballot card paper. As the board of directors of the library district, we again have the opportunity to be a national leader with parental authority and tools. And I would open it up to the board for any discussion. Supervisor Lettman.
Yeah, I'll start this. I think this is directionally headed the right way. I made a note on item number 6. Good luck to the folks who are going to create this, determining what mature themes are. That's an interesting one all by itself. In regard to our last speaker, we're dealing with minors. Okay, establish robust parental control settings that allow parents to determine what categories of materials their minor child may check out. I have no problem with that at all. That's reasonable, okay, in its intent. Provide parental access to their minor children's library accounts, including the ability to review current and past checkout activity. No problem with that whatsoever. Good plan. These are minors again. Provide optional notification tools, allowing parents to receive alerts regarding materials checked out by their minor children. So you have my support on this.
Other discussion? Supervisor Martin?
Yes, sir. Here's my thought. I think we're trying to go in the right direction, but I agree. This is between parents and their minor children, not between minor children and the Board of Supervisors. I'm a Republican. Republicans say less government. I don't want government intruding into our lives to the degree that we're micromanaging it. I think the First Amendment comes into play here. I think that's a legitimate concern. I also think that if we haven't hired competent professional people on the library, then something's wrong with that process. But if we keep micromanaging down and say, okay, they got to sign this, they got to sign this. Hey, the parents, I got to believe the parents know what they want to do with their kids and what their kids ought to be hearing. And it's not from the government. It's not for me to say to a parent, this is what you're going to do to protect your child. You need to protect your child. You need to talk to your children and tell them what's good and what's not good. And it's not for me as a government elected official, well, let me take that part out, that government part. I don't like that. I've said it before. I work for the public. They're my bosses. And I believe there's enough protection out there to take care of this. So I know where he's going with this, and I appreciate it, but I don't want government any more involved than it absolutely has to, and I think we've got enough.
Mr. Chairman.
I would respond to that first, that I would say that I respect the comments. I think that this item actually solidifies more parental control. I don't know about anybody else, but when I was a kid, there was what my parents said I could do, and then I was always trying to get away with more that I could do, and if I could get away with something that, that made me feel like I was pretty cool. And as we know, once they have a library card, they can kind of check out a wide range of materials. I'm not saying everything, but if I were still a kid, I'd probably still try to get away with what I could, because that's what kids do. They push boundaries. So this just pushes more control into the parents' hands. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And you're right. The way this is written, this empowers the parents, because currently the parents have no right to find out what their child is reading or checking out. They can get a card, that's about it, but they have no right to find out what their child is even reading. So this empowers the parents. It protects their rights, because it's their child, it's not ours. We have controls over the movies, PG-13. You can't, an 17-year-old cannot go to a rated R movie. There are standards. This puts legitimate, solid standards here that protects the child and also protects the parents' rights, because this is about parental authority. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can agree with most of these. When you get to number 3, the problem is what rating system are you going to use? Because the American Library Association is a left-wing group, and they can't be trusted to properly rate the books. And that's the rub. If you could come up with a rating system, then you could either segregate those books so that minors can't get a hold of things that are above, let's call it a PG-13 rating, just for the sake of debate. You could segregate those books, but the whole thing hinges on the lack of a set of standards for the books. Bear in mind, this is a taxpayer-funded library system. It is not designed to give everybody everything that they want. The taxpayers fund it. What's in that library system should be acceptable to the people that fund it. So it's not a First Amendment issue, because we're not taking these books out of circulation. This is a public library. We don't have to provide everything that everybody wants. I think I had to point out to an attorney what the first word of the First Amendment was, but I'm going to go there again. Also, as far as the statute that was quoted by one testifier, that doesn't apply to children. Children, their constitutional rights flow through their parents. You'll notice that they don't have the ability to sign a contract. It's because those rights flow through their parents. So you're not subjugating their rights because their rights flow through their parents. If we allow children to check out things that would be unacceptable to their parents, we're no different than the mini mart clerk that sells that kid the magazine wrapped in cellophane. We're no different than that. The rub with letting the parents choose what the child can check out also is somewhat of a rub, because that kid can then pass that book on to somebody else and run the at will of some other parents also. But if you're going to put things in that are appropriate for children, those need to be segregated. But the basis of the whole thing hinges on you have to come up with a rating system for it. You either have to come up with a rating system or you have to not put things in the library that are above PG-13. That's really your two options. Letting them pick and choose is going to be a computer nightmare also. But the other thing, we already are doing other than the re-upping of library cards, I'll bet you most parents don't realize that the library will let an 11-year-old check out anything that they want to when they sign them up for a library card. I really don't. I really don't think that they believe that. But we need to get some controls on this. But really the whole basis is you need to come up with some kind of a rating system that's actually honest. Because the American Library Association is dishonest in the left wing.
Supervisor Gould, if I may ask a question, you cite item 3, and in my read of the agenda, you have item 56. Does your item 56 not address your concerns with item number 3 in this item, as far as the rating system?
Your item 6 or?
No, I think it's your item 56.
No, well, that basically I was just trying to open a discussion up on coming up with some kind of a rating system. Now, I'm assuming we won't. My item 56 probably doesn't even need to be discussed because I think we're going to discuss that in what we're talking about today.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your item in 56 had something to do with about the rating system that's used. Right now, you cite the American Library Association, and that we were going to be looking at possibly some other association to rate our content materials.
Okay.
Did I read that wrong?
No, I think you read it correctly. It's been a long day.
It's been a long
already.
Day. Yeah.
But the base, it hinges on coming up with the rating system, and I don't know, do we set a board of people that are appointed from the districts to take a look at each and every item that's in there and rate that? You could do that. It's a lot of work. It'd be nice if we could find a rating system that we could just adopt.
In response to that, I'm hoping that we get into some of that discussion during item number 56 for sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Attorney Davis.
Just a logistics point from staff's perspective is we would request that the 30 days be 60 days to allow us to implement the logistics, especially the IT logistics.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to make a motion that staff return within 60 days with all of this material, recommendations. Proposed policy language, operational considerations, implementation options for board consideration.
I'll second that.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. I appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you, board. We'll move to item number 54. This has to do with the county's current community development block grant funding. I want to first, when I get started with this, I want to thank our clerk, Laura Scooble, and I want to thank Marianne Salem, my assistant. They were really the ones that just started digging on this a little bit, and then I started to dig on it. And I think the way that we're doing our CDBG funding today could be done a lot differently. There's others that are doing it out there. Yavapai County goes directly to the federal government, and what I'm recommending here, as you know, right now, Maui County receives approximately $800,000 in CDBG funding. After all the administrative costs, I think we had a little over $600,000. There's a lot of state-administered limitations, including the limit on projects, reduced control over how funds are prioritized. And so just digging into this, Yavapai County, for instance, participates directly in the HUD Urban County CDBG program and receives approximately $1.9 million per year in direct federal CDBG funding. There's no reason why Mojave County couldn't do that as well. We do, I believe, qualify, check all the boxes on the criteria. It would allow the county to administer the program locally, prioritize projects based on regional needs. The population is over the threshold of 200,000 residents. And so everything that I've looked at so far from the District 1 office shows that we are eligible for direct participation. What are the benefits? The benefits would be a significantly increased annual federal funding for community development projects, greater local control over our project selection and funding priorities, elimination of the limitations associated with the state administered grant process. We wouldn't have that 3-project cap. We could do many more than 3 projects in a given year. So really that's what I have put up in front of our Board of Supervisors for discussion and hopefully some action towards that goal. I'd open it up for discussion to the board. Supervisor Lattman, thank you.
Could Director Smith come on up and tell us
Yes.
if this makes sense?
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. So what Chairman Lincoln Felter stated, a majority of that is correct and what they've looked into. I would caution, though, there are some things that we need to take a look at. One being, for this to move forward, what would have to take place is the city of Kingman, as well as the city of Lake Havasu, would have to want to join the county and give their guidance and their say yes, they would pledge to go urban county with the county. If not, that's a non-starter. I've also looked in speaking with HUD additionally with that as well, and there could be a conflict with Bullhead City having to do that as well. So HUD's actually looking into that for us as we speak. In regards to the funding dollars amount, Chairman, I believe there's some a review would need to take place with that dollar amount from what we've researched into. And what I mean by that is the dollar amounts, it's really tricky. And the reason I say this is because the only thing that I could be provided was from 2022 from HUD in regards to the numbers of the allocations. And so that makes it very difficult to actually compare an apples to an apple. I did actually compare the numbers in 2022 for entitlement versus the current program. There was a little bit of a decrease in funding that would have been received. But it's tricky because when you look at that whole overall system, there's more to it than just simply the entitlement and what the county actually receives. When the county goes entitlement, they no longer have access to state-funded grants. So SSP, normally those average somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 a year, and that could be public comment and an opportunity for the Board of Supervisors to evaluate and have that option as well. I did have a chance to additionally speak with Pinnell and Pima County in regards to the way they administer the entitlement program. It is very intensive. They have, in one county, they have 6 people running the program. In another county, they have 3. So can we do it? I mean, my department, I believe, is a talented department. We do a lot of very complicated things with the workforce as well as housing. It can be done. It's just going to require additional staff to administer that program to meet those goals. But like you said, there is greater control to be able to do that in regards to locally. There is, like you said, Chairman, there's no amount of projects, and actually the projects can actually roll over to almost up to 8 years, and the carryover number is 1.5% of the allocated amount from when it started.
President Lattman.
I'm not sure that made complete sense to me, and that's on me, not you. So if we moved away from the state mandate, the state-sponsored program, we wouldn't be limited to 3 projects a year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I don't understand what the objection from the 4 incorporated areas were. I just didn't understand what you were trying to tell us.
Sure, Chairman Lincoln Felter, Supervisor Lemon. With that being said, so part of it to be an urban county, you have to have 200,000 people or more. If you reduce the number of people within the county from those cities, you don't come up with 200,000.
Okay, then I think we need some analysis on this.
If I could reply to that, I don't see that the cities wouldn't want to cooperate with us, because under the scenario that I'm talking about, did you reach out to Yavapai County? And do you dispute that they received 1.8 to 1.9 million, almost $2 million in 1 year?
Chairman Lincolnfelter, I did reach out to Yavapai County. I did not receive a return phone call from Yavapai County. I did ask the HUD representative in regards to entitlement, if they were entitlement. She said she still saw applications coming in from Yavapai, so I wouldn't dispute that one way or the other.
Okay, well, I think that to my earlier point, that the cities, it would be in their best interest to go along with us, because if we can substantially increase our annual CDBG funding without any sort of 3-cap maximum, that the cities would be getting more money too. We could figure out a formula that would fund them more in addition to the county more. I mean, I'm looking forward to the math that you bring back, but $800,000 versus almost $2 million a year is something to explore, in my opinion.
Chairman Lincolnfelter, Board of Supervisors, I would just note that last year, the city of Havasu sent a letter to HUD stating that they did not want to go entitlement, as well as the city of Kingman. What I think comes into play, Chairman and Board of Supervisors, is they also receive a substantial amount of special project grants from the state. That would definitely change the amount of money they received, because if you do go entitlement, you no longer qualify for the special project grant.
I agree with you, but those additional grants are not guaranteed, right?
That is correct.
They're competitive, so they might lose out on their ability to throw their hat in the ring to a lottery system and trading that for an additional amount that would be guaranteed every year. And so unless they're winning those discretionary grants every single year, if you take it out, let's just say 10 years, I mean, are they going to win discretionary grants every single one of those 10 years? Maybe they do, I don't know. But if they don't, and they're going to get a larger guaranteed sum, that would seem to be beneficial to them.
Mr. Chairman,
Manager Alters.
would you consider, as part of this item, directing staff to explore as opposed to pursue, and have them come back to the board with the pros and cons of both systems? Maybe they can research it further, confirm what Yavapai is doing, confirm that if indeed the cities have to concur, maybe even broach the cities and get an answer, and then come back to you, the board, so you can take all that into account and make a decision that you see best serve everyone. Would that work for you?
Well, as one board member, I'm fine with that. I guess my question would be, why haven't we already looked into it? If it takes a board item to look into it, that's good. But I think it's something that we should always look to maximize the revenues or the funds that we can get under this program, because there's so much need. And right now, our hands are really tied with the 3-project maximum.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. They have started looking at it. They reached out to Yavapai County. They reached out to HUD to get some of these answers. This came up after the last board meeting, if you recall, because of the HUD discussion. So they really, you can reach out. You can't guarantee that you'll get a reliable answer to bring in front of you, the board. So they're working on it, and perhaps giving them a little bit extra time to come back to you would be worthwhile.
Yeah. What would you like to have in a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would think 30 days ought to be adequate. 30 days, if that works for the board.
I guess I didn't put a timeline in there, so in theory you could have more than 30 days, but I can definitely put 30 days in there if you want me to. I'd motion to direct staff to bring back all the information in this item within 30 days. Does that suffice?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think it would be adequate.
That's the motion then. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Thank you, Board. Item number 55, direct staff to, has to do with the Mojave County Industrial Development Authority. I won't read all this into the record. It's Mojave County at one point had, I wouldn't say a robust economic development authority, or industrial development authority, excuse me, but we did have one. We had a dedicated web page on the county economic development website. It was just another tool for use. If you look at some of the other neighboring counties, Yavapai Industrial Development Authority, they've done about 1.6 billion, that's with a B, in IDA bond financing since 1977. 60 plus bond issues. Categories would be healthcare, university with Emory-Riddle Aeronautical, manufacturing, some mining, and some infrastructure stuff. So put this on the agenda so that we can get our Mojave County Industrial Development Authority back off of life support, because I understand it's probably on life support right now, if I understand that correctly. And then also the last point here, and maybe it's a moot point now from what we've heard from the county manager's report, was to assess and report back to the board regarding the viability of utilizing the IDA as a financing mechanism for the proposed Bullhead City Airport fueling facility, but that might not be needed anymore. Attorney Davis?
Mr. Chairman, just to update the full board, an IDA was created by the legislature. The idea of it was created about in the 70s. The Board of Supervisors created this IDA, Mojave County IDA, around 1977, 1978. Statute requires that the board of directors for that IDA be completely separate from the board itself, can't be employees or officers of the county. However, it is a political subdivision of the state of Arizona. And the Board of Supervisors retains the authority to appoint and remove officers of the IDA as necessary for cause. The Mojave County IDA has ebbed and flowed over the years. Currently, the statutory agent resigned in October, and it's with the Arizona Corporation Commission pending inactive status. I have sent a letter to the remaining member of the board for any information that he has, and I am anticipating, I will be reaching out once again to the former statutory agent of the IDA, who's an attorney out of Flagstaff, to get the final disposition of the Mojave County IDA, at least to get the bylaws and see what needs to happen in order to bring it back on its feet. Worst case scenario really would be the board would appoint a series of people to wind down the IDA and then can reissue an identical replacement.
Thank you, Attorney Davis. Really, it's just another economic development tool. Nobody knows about it. Nobody's going to use it. So it was just placed on the board to see if it was important enough to the board to have it refreshed and placed onto the economic development site for any potential users of that. I'd open it up for discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Attorney Davis, do you know if there's been debt issued by the Mojave County Industrial Development Authority?
Not for certain. I do know that there may have been, over the course of 50 years, it's likely that there has been, but I cannot pin down for certain whether or not there have or haven't been.
I, for one, am not interested in using the county's bonding authority to loan money to private businesses. We have a word for that, and it's called fascism. Thank you.
In response to Supervisor Gould, I agree with him fully, but this is not tied to the credit of the county, right? This is still and separate from.
Correct. There is a statute in the IDA statutes that protects the county from liability of the IDA.
Can you give just a general overview of what an IDA is? Some people may not know. It's still and separate from the county. It's a separate tool. It doesn't include the county's finances.
Correct. Let me quickly go to Title 35. So the IDA is created to help facilitate public bonding without using the full faith and credit of the entity that created it. So cities have them, counties have them. There's pretty much one for every county, used for varying levels of use. Ours, of course, is not used for much. Pinal County's is used for a great deal. Yavapai County's, as we heard, is used for a lot as well. And so their job is to help in economic development, where things like the gift clause would definitely come into play. As we know, in Arizona, the gift clause greatly prohibits and slows down economic development, because in East Coast states that don't have such a clause, the governments can just give an economic benefit to a corporation to move in. We're not allowed to do that, so they help with bondings. They usually issue bonds at a lower interest rate, and so they're able to do that while also keeping it separate. There is so 35742, the municipality or county shall not in any event be liable for the payment or the principal or interest of any bonds of the corporation. So that does protect us and any other government entity from the liability or malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance of the IDA.
Thank you. Clerk Scooble, do we have Tammy Ursenbach, our Economic Development Director, on? Has she prepared anything in support of this item to sort of educate the board on how it's used as a tool for economic development?
I'm checking, just one moment.
All right, thank you.
I do not have her online.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
So Attorney Davis, who, if the borrower defaults on the loan, who makes the lender whole?
I don't have an answer for that. There is a statute for liability insurance, but
It's probably not default insurance, though. It's probably against a lawsuit. It's interesting also that, this is so we can end run the state constitution.
I don't know if that's its intent, but it can
The state constitution says you can't give things away, basically. You have to receive an equal benefit, and that's always the dubious portion of these kind of things. Have cool things like the rock and roll theme park in Eloy, Arizona, that we're going to guarantee bonds on. People always come up with ways to shift the liability onto the taxpayers. When I was in the legislature, every year there was a new idea on how we were going to create something that we're going to shift that burden onto the backs of the taxpayers. And they always say that it's not going to blow back on the taxpayers, but yet it always, when they do go down badly, they always seem to blow back, or they get a bailout from the taxpayers.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Supervisor Latman.
I'm interested in pursuing this. The reason is we want to use this industrial development authority to assist the airport, which is owned by Mojave County.
Thank you for that. To Manager Elters, I guess it wasn't explicitly requested, but this is an economic development tool that's used by other economic development departments with other counties. I wish we would have had more information on this item to educate on what the IDA is, how it can be an economic development tool, how it's been used in the past in other places, and that it doesn't have anything to do with the full faith and credit of the county. All that is valuable information. We need to understand what we're voting on, and I think that there's still a little bit of uncertainty on what that we're voting on. Our goal is to broaden our tax base, and this is just another tool that we can use to broaden our tax base, and it doesn't have anything to do with the full faith and credit of Mojave County. And it's been used very successfully in other counties. I wish we would have had more. We've had several presentations and slides, and there's nothing on this item. So I don't want to put supervisors in a position of voting on something that they don't fully understand. So I'm going to ask that this item be postponed for 30 days, and when it comes back in 30 days, that staff actually from economic development can talk about the benefits of this and how it might be used as a tool.
If that
That's
was a
my
motion,
motion.
I'll second it.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
I remember let's see, what do we call those? It's not duty free. Trade areas that we just approved a couple of years ago.
Foreign trade zone.
Yeah, foreign trade zone, that's what it is. We were not fully informed by staff until probing questions by myself that learned that the foreign trade zone people also received a reduced property tax from the county. So I would say we should do our own research. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you, Board.
No.
Item number 56, discussion possible action, sitting as the Board of the Directors for Library District, instruct library staff to research alternative policy to the American Library Association and draft new and updated policy to prevent minors 18 years of age and younger from having physical, online, or in-person access to inappropriate books and media. Supervisor Gould, we do have a few people signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why don't we go ahead and listen to the people?
Scotty McClure. Dr. Rob Christensen, you're on deck.
Yeah, bring that up. I think you know my feelings, and I'm going to state the same thing that I said last time. Like Ron said, these are a bunch of left-wing idiots. I don't know if we use the word idiot, but whatever. I will. This is not book banning, whatever then.
Can we get the screen up? I'm sorry, sir. Can you put that back up? Can we get the screen up, please?
Too late. Sam Helmick, them. They have served. No, she has served on committees for the network. These are a bunch of whack jobs. This is straight out of San Francisco, downtown. The Tenderloin. You need to, well, you are not you're not an associate. What the fuck?
Order. All right. Dr. Rob Christensen.
Dr. Rob Christensen, I reside at 3951 Sorensen Drive here in Kingman. Regarding this agenda item, I just have a whole bunch of questions. Who's going to define, what pornography is, what foul language is, what different categories that we use to rate these materials in the library? So that's my first question. My second question is going to be, who is going to develop this rating system? Is it going to be the library staff? Is it going to be an advisory committee of citizens that makes recommendations to the Board of Supervisors? Is it going to be the Board of Supervisors that does it? So that's my second question. My third question regarding this is, what's the timeline to establish an alternative rating system, and what form of rating system? Is it going to be like red light, green light, orange light? Is it going to be a movie rating system? So that's another question. So I would ask the board to address those questions in context to this agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was the last person we had to sign to speak. Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I believe the second portion of this is addressed by your item. So really what we need to do is instruct staff to do research on coming up with an alternative policy to using the American Library Association.
Is that a motion?
No, it's just opening it up for discussion.
Director, you have comments. Thank you.
I do, yeah. I should just let you know, I just did a search online on our catalog. We have 179,544 different records. That would be different things that we would have to, if we had a new classification system, we would have to review those. You can do the mathematics, even if you took 6 an hour or, 10 minutes a piece, or if you did 6 minutes a piece even, that'd be 17,940 hours, man hours that it would take. Divide that by 2080, it's like 8 years. So I would need more staff if we're going to look at every single thing. So, and then I should also let you know the frequency with which we've had things questioned in the past using the systems that we've had. As I mentioned last time, we had a total of 8 items that were questioned. In one of those 3 patrons, 8 items, one of those was 6 items for a single patron who did not read the items. That leaves 2 items, since I've been director, where somebody actually read the book and then questioned and thought it was inappropriate and brought it to our attention. We've had 2 million checkout events. That's checkouts, that's renewals, and that's in-house uses. So, literally 1 in a million times of somebody actually checking the book out, reading it, and finding it inappropriate. And in neither of those 2 cases was that a parent saying, my kid got a hold of something that they shouldn't have read. So the system, which actually seems to work, is for us to categorize the things that we have the way we are doing it. But I'm just mentioning that to you from a logistics standpoint and what the history has been. Obviously, the authority to make the decision lies with you, but I thought I would put those numbers out there. Thank you.
Director Burrell, a question. So Supervisor Gould's item is to instruct the library staff to research an alternative policy to the American Library Association. Is there an alternative? The ALA?
There are varying library associations. Arizona has one. There are a number of other library associations across the world. The largest, I believe, is the American Library Association, and it's possibly also the oldest. It's been around for quite a long time. There's very few librarians in this country who have not benefited in some way from the American Library Association and their training.
But there are alternatives.
There are alternatives. I'm not sure whether or not they have ratings. That's something that we would have to research, of course, but that is what most of the libraries in the country use. So if we wanted to keep up with the national standard would include at least looking at what the ALA had to say.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Director, I'm giving you the opportunity to do this. If you don't want to do it, then we'll do it.
Review all the library books.
If you don't want to come up with an alternative to the American Library Association, I'm giving you this is your deal. We're giving you the opportunity to do it. But if you don't want to do it, we'll do it ourselves. You seem to not want to don't seem to want to get into it. You just told me that you had 2 people complain about books out of 1 million people checking out books. I talked to 2 ladies yesterday that had children that grew up in Lake Havasu, felt that there was objectionable things on the shelves, but did not know there was a way that they could actually have that reviewed and possibly removed from the shelves. So the mere absence of complaints does not mean that everybody consents. If you don't want to do it, we'll do it.
Or their parents knowing that they're reading it.
Director.
We'll let the board make the decision on the direction of the library district.
Director, just hearing you that there's options out there, is it your intent to educate us, to bring back what those options are, what their categorization looks like? I mean, I think before you prescribe prescribe something, it's good to fully diagnose it, right? And I don't know all the systems out there as one person. So as one director of the library district, I would want to know what our options are.
Okay, I mean, we can certainly look around and see what's out there.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to bring those numbers up only because they really are, it's an astronomical amount of work to go back and look at every single thing that we've already looked at.
Sure.
And like I said, you're right. The lack of complaints doesn't mean that they're out there, but they haven't been brought to my attention, which would lead me to believe that, in fact, the job we're doing with collection and development is stellar. Find another process in any department in the county that has like a 1 in a million success or 1 in a million failure rate.
Appreciate
your
that.
time. Thank you.
Supervisor Borelli.
Okay.
Any additional discussion? Do we have a motion?
I'll give you one.
Thank you.
The Board of Supervisors instructs library staff to research alternative policy to the American Library Association.
I'll
and
second
bring that
that.
back to the Board of Supervisors in 60 days.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion, a second. Any additional comments? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you all. Thank you very much. Item number 57, discussion, possible action, provide input regarding draft Mojave County Constable's Standard Operation Procedure Manual with final version to be brought back for Board of Supervisors approval within 30 days. That has been continued from our January 5th, 2026 meeting. And B, approve or deny transfer of $6,000 from general fund contingency to Surbat Constable travel expenses, continued from the December 1st, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. Director Mornian, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter and board members. As stated in the backup, myself, our HR director, the court administrator, the presiding judge, we've met on several occasions since the December and January board meetings. There's a draft policy included in the backup. I'm happy to answer any questions related to that. We're looking to get input from the board. It's a draft policy at this point. We'd like to bring it back. The agenda says within 30 days. I would just want to clarify, we mean the April 20th board meeting. And then for item B, I believe Constable Eddie Carmen is here and can address any questions that the board may have. As you recall, back in December, the board directed Constable Carmen to make some changes to how he was conducting his duties as a constable that would hopefully bring down those mileage-related expenses. I also provided in the backup a memorandum related to that. So we can deal with the first item first and then move on to the second.
Sure. On item A, you're saying that you'd like to have comments either today or sent to you in writing from the board prior to the second meeting in April. Is that what you said?
We would like to bring back a final policy the second board meeting in April, so we're hoping to get some feedback from the board today that we could implement, or if there's no need to implement, then we will just finalize the document.
Would you give the board a week, maybe another week, to email you any other additional things that they'd like to?
Of course, Chairman, that's your prerogative.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Letman, thank you.
So I sat down and went over with our constable for Bullhead City over the document, and again, directionally, it's absolutely, you're headed the right way. I had some questions or a concern about the lack of the financial audit trail that I had mentioned about when somebody engages a constable to do work. How do we know that? We had talked about receipt books being done on county stationery using county seal, having enumerated receipt numbers to them. I didn't see that in the policy unless I missed it.
We can certainly beef that up, Supervisor.
Okay, that's my feedback. I think you need to have an audit trail as a constable accepts money. A receipt needs to be issued using the county seal, and it needs to be on an enumerated document, just like we would in the court system. That's my primary feedback. Audit trail of money owed and money received.
It's just a transparency thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, plus, if you're going to hand me a receipt, I don't want a receipt from Staples, which is what they're using now.
Other discussion? On A, does this require any action now, or do you want to, is this just,
Chairman, without any action on item A, we will just bring back, we will wait for the feedback from the board for the next week or so and then start incorporating that into a final document to bring back on April 20th.
does the board have any problems with that?
I believe the presiding judge wants to say something.
Presiding Judge Moss, come on up to the podium. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and County Manager Elters, and Sam, you're going to be missed. And we've enjoyed working with you during our time here, even when you've been telling me no. But this manual is very important, and I much prefer that we measure twice and cut once. I've already got some initial reviews from ASIP. They believe that we need to beef up the use of force portion of this manual, and we will try to take care of that over the next week or two. I would not consider this a final document. I would consider this a really good start. We are addressing many issues that have arisen over time. We're hoping to provide clarity to our constables, to the public, and to the board when it comes to how their various respective offices are administered, and we need some more work on it. I'm also hoping that, assuming manpower allows, that we can get the county attorney's office to review this to make sure that we comply with the applicable law from their perspective. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than glad to answer them.
Judge Moss, I do have one question regarding this manual. Is there any sort of a best practice as far as how many attempts are made to serve a document in the court's view?
The number is what is reasonable and diligent, which is one of those vague legal sayings because it varies from position to position or from service to service. If you're constantly getting new information, let's say you get a phone call, they were on vacation, they're back now, you go there, that'd be good because you're acting on new information. Generally speaking, and I'm not saying this as a constable, if over a couple week period, if you do 6 efforts at 6 different days and 6 different times, then there's no one there, and you've consulted with the neighbors, and there's either they tell you, yeah, that's the home, but they're not opening the gate or something similar, or they say, I have no idea who those people are. Well, eventually you have to bring it back to the attorneys or the parties who are seeking service with an affidavit of non-service detailing the specifics. They're home, they're behind the gate, they're refusing to answer, and then the judge, me, can authorize some sort of alternative service, or you say that we don't think they're there and we need additional time to locate a good address or more information. There is a stopping point, but that stopping point is really it's fluid depending on what the information the constable's getting from people when he's making service, the surrounding community, the parties might have information, and new information might justify new service. But after a half dozen or so times, if you don't have new information, you might want to consider doing something else, like going back to the parties. That's a rule of thumb. That's not a law. You won't find that in a law book. That's just what I see as part of the practice.
Thank you. Any other questions for Judge Moss? Supervisor Martin?
Judge, 6 times you think is reasonable? I personally, when I was a police officer, we served documents. We didn't go 6 times looking for people to make that service. We did 2 or 3 times, spaced out, and that worked for us back then. So I just am wondering, 6 times? What if this guy lives out here in Timbuktu and you're going to run out there 6 times? I'm saying don't do it.
Supervisor, that's one of the situational things I was talking about. If it's a 60-mile drive one way, then you're not going to do 6 times. You can't. Or at least maybe it'd be very difficult to do that. And there is a certain amount of man hours which are available to anyone who's running an office. And so if your circumstances are, you can't do it. I was referring when I was asked that question, I mentally went back to a case called Shalom v. Gas. And it's basically the Supreme Court said that 6 times over a 2-week period, and that's all the constable did, or all the process server did, was not sufficient to show diligence. Now, the Supreme Court was not saying, go serve them, do something crazy, pounding your head against the wall another 6 times. The Supreme Court was saying, gather more information, report it to the party who hired you so they can go to the judge and say, Judge, we have to do something a little different in this case. That's where I got that 6 times from, and also because that's what I see on a lot of the process affidavits. I don't think those process affidavits, though, came from Timbuktu. I think they come from Urban Bullhead, Kingman, Lake Havasu sort of situations.
There's no like distance thing involved with this. It's just more or less common sense. If the guy's trying to serve something here in Kingman and it's 3 miles from his office, yeah. But if the guy's up at Red Lake and some little box out there, he's not going to run up there 6 times. I mean, I wouldn't think that'd be.
The standard, again, is reasonable and diligent, and if you have to go through Herculean efforts to make the first or second service, the third service, after a time, the law doesn't require Herculean efforts. The law requires reasonable and diligent efforts. When it comes to someone who's in the middle of nowhere, for example, a lot of these folks are behind gates. And the constable will do an affidavit saying, or the process server, it's behind a locked gate. I can't get behind the locked gate. And they document that once or twice. They might go talk to a neighbor. Yeah, they live there, but they always lock their gate. They never come out.
Sure.
And the constable then does an affidavit, gives it to the lawyer. The lawyer says, Judge, they're hiding behind a locked gate. Can we serve them by alternative service? And that's generally, you tie the papers to the front gate. You tie them there. And then you send it by regular mail and certified mail to that location, because the law requires the best practical notice that can be given. It does not require absolute notice. Otherwise, you would allow those persons who are trying to evade process to just drag the system down. Right. So it's situational, and there can be many different variables.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Director Mournian, if we approve Section A of this as it's presented, does that still allow you or allow supervisors of the week to provide additional comments?
I believe so, Chairman.
Okay. The reason I ask that is on page 5 is where it talks about service process. It doesn't seem to be very robust, so I might submit comments on that section. Any additional discussion? I'd entertain a motion on 57A.
I'll move to approve item 57A as stated.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
Second.
With that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. 57B, approve or deny transfer of $6,000 from general fund contingency to Sarabot Constable travel expenses. Director Mournian.
Chairman Lingenfelter, board members, just to refresh your memory, as I stated in the memo, back in December, when we originally broached this subject with the board, the request was for $16,000 of additional travel budget for Constable Carmen. That was based on his average monthly mileage expenses to date at that point in the year. And what the board approved was $8,000 of additional budget capacity with the direction to return at this time and kind of give an update on where he's at budget-wise. I can tell you that between July and November, his average monthly travel expense was about $2,400. December through February, it's down to about $1,700 a month, and so the request for $6,000 of additional is based on that trend continuing at $1,700 a month roughly through the end of the year. As I said before, I believe Constable Carmen is here and can answer any questions the board might have about how he has changed, how he's going about his business.
What dollar amount does this the constable have in his travel budget currently?
His original budget for the year was $10,500. The $8,000 increased that to $18,500, and then we're asking for an additional $6,000 is what I'm projecting he's going to need to still be in the black at the end of the year.
And how much does he have today in his travel? Do you know, or is it exhausted?
When I ran the numbers, he had approximately $1,300 left, and that was as of March 9th. And so just bear in mind that the mileage reimbursement requests lag behind by 1 month. So, we received in early March his request for reimbursement for February expenses. And so that is basically, there's still March, April, May, and June left, 4 months. And that's what I based the $6,000 on.
Great. I see we have the Surbat Constable in attendance. Do you want to come down, sir, and let the board know what's going on?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. Questions?
Yeah, well, we approved 8,000,
Correct.
and now we're back and looking for 6,000. Can you tell the board what's going on? And the reason I'm asking is that we've never had this issue before with prior constables. I'm curious about what's going on.
So, as we spoke before, back in December, OACs, which is what Supervisor Gold had spoke about, I don't do those anymore. I sat and talked with the judge, and they're just going to continue they're just going to mail them out. I'm not going to do any service. So I stopped doing that in December, as well as the warrants that we had started doing that the courthouse had issued and put in our boxes to do. I'm no longer doing those either. So that has cut down a lot. Also, about 90% of the summonses that I do, after speaking with some of the other judges as well, most of those are a one and done serve now. So that has considerably lowered my mileage as well. So meaning, like, before I was still doing anything with an eviction process. I can do, if they don't answer the gate, they don't answer the door, it's locked, I can post it, certify, mail it. And then as far as other summonses, such as your stuff with, like, I'll use ABC Legal as an example. Before, when I started doing it, I was instructed that you had to try them at least 3 times. So those are also allowed to be done as one and done. So I have started doing that, which also, I know you guys get my constable log as well. So if you notice the huge increase in my revenue as well, that is also partly due because I'm actually able to get all my stuff now. That was an issue we had within our group as well. That's been discussed with Luke during our finance meeting and as our last constable meeting as well.
Any comments or discussion from the supervisors? Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Yes. What was your budget at the beginning of the year? 10,000?
So 10,005. I had requested prior to that last year's board meeting, I had requested that I foresaw me being around 18.5 to 19 is what I had asked for, just because of how much more we were getting. ABC Legal is a newer item that we were getting out here versus because out in Bullhead they get them all the time, but they're a lot smaller. That's where we ended up acquiring that client from, out here in Kingman for this area, for both the Kingman and the Surbat jurisdiction. They didn't do that before, so neither one of our predecessors did it. They didn't want to do it. We took on that because it's honestly, I mean, if you look at last month, I did $5,515 in income for my precinct, and a lot of that was ABC Legal. So that's where that's coming from.
So you asked for 18,000. We gave you 10.
Correct.
You knew you had 10, but then you come back and we gave you 8 more.
Correct.
Now you're coming back and you want 6 more. So if we add those all up, we're almost back up to that 18,000, right? I mean, we're getting close to it.
We're going to be over it. I mean, during our finance meeting with the finance director, we have increased for next year after looking at all the numbers. I believe where were we at? I want to say it was around 21 is where it's been adjusted to, somewhere around that for the following fiscal year.
So you've even exceeded what you had asked for originally.
Correct. But I can't dictate what comes into the courts. I can't dictate what gets mailed in.
But you have the option to, you said serve different things, and you've since decided you're either going to do one or not even do the warrants and stuff like that.
Supervisor, what I had stated was that before, like the ABC legals, stuff like that, I was doing it 3 and then returning to service. Now, orders of protection, I know that's those, I mean, in a matter of a year's time, I could try them 60 times because those sit there until they get served. And you have multiple agencies trying to serve those. And like Presiding Judge Moss stated, you get new information on those all the time. I'll get phone calls. Hey, he goes to this place. Or B, she likes to go sing karaoke here. So we're working odd hours too to try to get these people as well, because the judge has issued an order of protection for a reason. And those aren't just something that you can just try 3 times and put aside.
I understand that, but what about the other documents that you try to serve? And I'm not talking about order of protection because I fully understand
Correct.
the seriousness to that. But if you've got something that's, not really huge, and you know what your budget is, how do you work that out?
Again, you got to within attempt at least. I do at least 3, and I submit on stuff like divorce stuff that I can't post. I do it 3 times. I let the plaintiff know it's been done 3 times. Here's my affidavit of non-service. It's been filed with the courts. You need to go file a motion for whatever else you need to do.
Are any of the other constables' areas comparable to yours?
The only one in size would be Mike Hogart's, but Constable Hogart works maybe 1 day a week. He's a part-time constable. He's not full-time. So other than that, my area is way larger than it's Hogart and I have the biggest. So pretty much Mike and I each have 1/3 of Mojave County, and then the other 3 are approximately the same size as each of ours.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Borelli?
Yes. Explain to me ABC Legal. What is that?
That's just a client that sends in, so it's pretty much debt collectors.
Okay.
So they'll send 16, like last month they sent me an envelope and I had 16 that were in my jurisdiction. That was $2,300 just to go post it, and that money went to the Treasury.
They pay you?
Yes. They send checks, and you do either an affidavit of service or an affidavit of non-service.
So you're doing that on behalf of that private company, not the county?
No, for the county. Does that make sense? They send it to the courthouse for us, for the constables, to go serve.
On a debt?
Correct. So they file the paperwork with either the Mojave County Superior Court or the Mojave County Justice Court. The courts file it, send it back to the attorneys at ABC Legal, and then they repackage it back out and send it out to the constable's office.
And they pay the county?
Correct.
What was my head another question there? No, that's it. Never mind.
Chairman?
Yes.
I did have a comment for Supervisor Letman on Part A that you were talking about with the receipt books and all that. I do know that all of us our receipts are on the bottom of our affidavit of services or non-services. Those are filed with the courts, and those are on hand at any time for anybody in the public to go request. So that is something that we did to save costs as well within our office budget, as well as buying receipt books, printing out receipts and all that. It's all on one.
Thank you, sir. Open up for additional discussion or a motion by the board. Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Constable. So you were talking the debt collection notices that you're serving. Those pay what, $150 a shot?
It all depends. Anywhere from 72, I think the highest one I've done is like 230, and that was way out. And
so they vary by miles. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I just was gonna try to figure out whether if it was 150 and you had to drive 50 miles to do it, it may not be cost effective. But if they're charging for mileage, that's fine.
Yeah, it's by mileage, Supervisor.
Thank you, sir.
Are they just hoping to use the constables because that's the cheapest alternative to them rather than going through a private process server?
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah.
A lot cheaper.
I have another question.
Supervisor Borelli.
Yes. So, Constable, so up to date this year, how much has you generated coming back to the county money?
So I don't have the exact number on that. I mean, I can tell you what roughly I've been since January, since I started coming in. I switched my hours around. So January I did just under $3,800, and then I did $5,515 in February.
So you brought money coming in from like ABC Legal.
ABC Legal, anybody filing for
they've
divorce.
been paying the county your mileage on that. So technically this money's already.
Do you have that?
Paid, earned.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Borelli, when I ran Constable Carmen's budget on March 9th, the revenue to date was $11,962, but I'm not sure if you've made a deposit since then or not.
So that would have been the 5,500.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion, or I entertain a motion? Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Luke, that money that you said, that total, is that just from January? Or when's the date on it? I missed it.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, that was $11,962 from July 1st through March 9th.
From last year?
From the beginning of the fiscal year, Supervisor.
11,000, and he just said he brought in 8,000 or 9,000 since January. So before January, from July to January, he only brought in $3,000.
So, Supervisor, like I had stated before, we had an issue with an RO where we had a constable taking stuff from outside their jurisdiction. So I was not getting the stuff within my jurisdiction. So it brought down my income from my jurisdiction and raised the income of another individual's. That has been discussed with the finance department. I believe that's going into the partially into the policy as well, and has been discussed amongst all the constables as a whole in a meeting after our finance meeting.
I think what I'm concerned with, you had a budget of 10,000, and in the period from July to January, you only brought in 3,000. What were your expenses during that time?
So like we discussed back in January, Supervisor, I was doing OACs, which was a free service for the courts. The orders of protection, and I was doing multiple services on the OACs. And doing at least 3 to 6 services on regular for all the other services. And I have cut those down, like I stated today, down to the 3 services, and then I file an affidavit of non-service, which has extremely dropped my mileage, and I no longer do the OACs or the warrants.
Okay.
Open it up to the board for additional discussion or motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve item 57B as printed.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Heard that motion, second. Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Move to item number 58. We have a authorized chairman of the board to sign declaration of covenants, conditions, restrictions for Olive Garden on the land owned by Mojave County and leased to the Mojave County Airport Authority. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve item 58 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor Lettman. Do I have a second?
Second.
I do have, I'm going to back up. Excuse me, Scotty McClure. You signed up to speak. Excuse me.
Scotty from Bullhead. Where were we at here? Land owned by Mojave County and leased to Mojave County Airport Authority. Now, why did the city council of Bullhead City last meeting approve this also? Why are they involved in this? I know it's in the city limits of Bullhead, but I'm kind of confused why they would have it on their agenda and they approved it. Maybe it's because of the planning and zoning. I'm confused on this. And I'm not real happy. I went to the board meeting here last week. Good old boys are back in town. I'm not real happy with this new airport authority. I'm happy with the people you appointed. Luke and Latowski and Eugene and Neil. He used to be a first sergeant, 20 years service, and I approve of him. But I still don't know who the other three people are. You got people on the screen up there. No, you know, you don't have any of those signs up there telling me who, what, when, where, why, and who in the heck they are. I'm getting a little off topic here. But why is the city of Bullhead involved in this anyway? And I'm just livid over this way this. There's no public comment at their board meetings. They had 4 meetings: one at 2, one at 2:30, one at 3, and one at 3:30. And there was no public comment. I was told to sit over in a corner. Of course.
This item is.
Yeah, well, I'm done anyway.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? I just have it, do have it so ordered. Thank you. Item number 59. This is
I would think so.
motion to reconsideration is required as Part A of this item number 59. I'd open it up to the board.
Chairman,
Supervisor Martin.
let me give you the background on this.
I don't think
No,
we get to go
we have
into
to
the
do
background.
motion of reconsideration first before we get into the meat and potatoes of it.
Well, how are you gonna know how to vote if you don't have the information? I've got all the information that you didn't have last time. That's the reason the applicant wants another to come, because he's provided all the information.
No, I understand that. Thank you, Supervisor. I think that stuff is more appropriate for 59B, and I'm going to lean on our attorney here. I don't think we can talk about any substance items until we get into a motion of reconsideration. Is that correct?
Chairman, there isn't a hard and fast rule on it. It's entirely up to the discretion of the chair.
Okay. Well, however you want to run it, Supervisor Martin, it's up to you, sir.
Well, I'd absolutely like to be able to give you and the public
Sure.
the information on it. And so if you'll allow me to do that.
Of course, yeah, and then followed by a motion, of course.
Okay. The applicant, when he made his initial application, it was denied by this board, and understandably. There was misinformation, and then there was lack of information. The misinformation, I think Supervisor Borelli said there was no EIN. There was one. I've seen it. That was before that. And then the other questions, but that was legitimate. If he had information that said they didn't have an EIN, okay, I was okay with that. But then there was other questions by people about the propriety of there being a private funeral cemetery out there. And based upon that information, the applicant knew and realized that they had failed to provide the board with adequate information that the board could make a decision on. This had went through planning and zoning. Planning and zoning had approved it, but they too had questions that they wanted answered that were not. So pursuant to that, the applicant brought forward the information that he needed to bring, and the information was supplied to me, which, true to Reagan, trust but verify. And what I did is I've contacted the state of Arizona and asked them about the burials. I asked the ADEQ about the water, whether there's water contamination issues involved, and both of them. We had a Teams meeting with the burial people, and they said there was absolutely no problem with what was being proposed. That being said, then I reached out to the county people. I reached out to the health department, and I asked, was there any issues with the health department regarding paperwork or the transportation of the decedents from Nevada to Arizona? And we have Melissa here, and I think Melissa can comment on what the paperwork thing is involving vital, what did I do here? Vital records. And she can, if anybody had any questions about it, she could address, was the vital records appropriate from Nevada to Arizona, which it is. I contacted Planning and Zoning, asked them, do we have a problem with the application as submitted with that zoning up there? I think Mr. Holtry can address that, but my information is, no, they don't have a problem. Now, my question now is to Mr. Davis about the legality of the situation and the application. Is it legal and proper what they have submitted up to this point?
Well, Supervisor, I'll say that that's...
Make the motion first.
Herman, did you want to...
Before we get into calling witnesses, if it's okay, I'd like to press on the motion for reconsideration and making sure that that passes, if that's okay.
It's fine with me, sir.
Is that all right with you, Supervisor?
No, not really.
Okay, well then, go ahead and answer the questions, Attorney Davis.
Call the question.
Supervisor Gould? You call the
On the question.
We've had a call for the question.
Second.
So that would be, I believe,
That would, a call for the question, if I'm remembering correctly, Laura,
parliamentarian.
Is when a person moves to close debate. So it is a procedure that puts the vote forth first. So there must be a vote on the call of the question, is my understanding. And then once that passes, then
That's my understanding.
Question is brought forth.
So make sure we do everything right. So call for the question on the motion for reconsideration. All in favor, please say aye.
No.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. Motion fails.
Let me clarify. I think there was some confusion. I think my understanding is the first call to the question, the second. I believe there's a vote on the call of the question first.
That's what we just took a vote on.
I heard.
Call to the question.
That's what we took a vote on.
Item A, right?
I heard 3 no's. That's why I'm confused.
Madam Clerk, can you read back the call to the question was for the reconsideration, correct?
Correct.
That's what I thought. So was that's what we were voting on, to my
Right,
knowledge.
but do I have 1 aye and 3 no's?
Wait.
So, Chairman, what do you vote?
No, the motion fails.
Okay, right. So the motion fails 1 to 4.
Okay, take it.
So now we go to the call of the public. No, excuse me, we go to item 60. Discussion, possible action, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Library District. District staff to change the meeting room use policy, Mojave County Library, to allow after-hours programs in the library and revise the fee schedule to cover the cost of staff and security personnel. Supervisor Letman.
I'm going to invite Director Barillo to come on up and better inform us on this, but the basic background behind this is you saw the flags earlier today in the exhibit going up in the Mojave County Public Library in Bullhead City. There are a number of private groups that are asking to consider whether or not they could have a private showing after hours, churches, 2 churches, the Elks Lodge, some others, so that they can get a better understanding of the display without interrupting the quiet and peacefulness of the library during operating hours. It kind of makes sense. So the director has pointed out that the policy that's actually in place, okay, I think you could do it with your discretion, but in fact, the policy probably needs to be clarified to allow the library to be used after hours with the provision that the party who wishes to be there pays for all the related services. So like a security person, librarian. Tell me if I got that correct.
Supervisor Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisors, that is correct. What we have now is we have a policy that allows them to use the meeting rooms after hours, but for those uses of the meeting rooms, even for nonprofit groups, they have to cover the cost of security. If we're going to have any events that are in the main part of the library, and it's going to be a lot of folks, then maybe 1 security guard isn't enough. So we would need additional staff there. We're just seeking to be able to recover the cost of those staff, because quite possibly in order to run the library and to be able to accommodate that, it would be overtime, and it wouldn't work really well in our budget if this happened quite a bit. So, and then of course, if it were a for-profit, let's say for example that a film company wanted to shoot a scene or something after hours in our library and it were permitted and allowed, then we would maybe want to set some kind of total usage fee for the library, and then figure out, how many staff we would need there. And it's going to change from time to time. So something with 50 people, we might get away with 1 staff person, 2 staff people, and the security guard. Something with 200, we would need multiple staff people and need to figure that out. And I just thought it would be a great thing to have in policy to say, hey, we'd like to recover our cost if you're going to use the entire facility.
Yeah, and you should recover your cost. Absolutely. There was a note in here in the background notes you had created that you weren't even sure that we had a fee schedule for these purposes.
That's correct. When I looked into it, and I had asked a number of staff, and nobody can remember when the fees were set. So we have a couple of different configurations. One configuration is the use of the entire room at our larger facilities, and that's $40 an hour if somebody is going to do a for-profit kind of situation, something that's not free and open to the public. Some of our rooms break into half. They have a wall that rolls across the middle, and if they wanted to use room A or room B, which is actually the entire room bisected, then it's $20 per hour. And then we also, at 2 of our locations, have conference rooms, and those conference rooms are able to be rented out at $10 an hour. It just depends on what size of event you're going to have and the uses of that event. So nonprofits don't usually have to pay any of that if it's free and open to the public.
Okay, so this motion basically is directing you to revise the policy and set a fee schedule. Okay. I'll go ahead and move for approval of item 60 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? I appear to have it, do have it's ordered. We'll move to call to the public.
Chairman Lingenfelter, can I just, so when we do the call for the question. It puts that up to end debate, but we still need to make a motion that on the item A.
Okay. Do we
So
need to
for
reconsider that?
59A, we still need to have a motion because
Thank you.
it did pass by a 2/3 vote.
Well, I want to make sure that we
Okay.
do everything proper. So we still need a motion on item 59A, right?
Correct. There would need to be a motion to
So,
approve or deny.
Supervisor Martin, do you want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion for reconsideration of the item.
Thank you, sir. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second? The motion dies for lack of a second. Move to call to the public. First up is Armin Stange. Armin? On deck is Scotty McClure.
I'm in Stange, Fort Mojave, aka the German. I drove on Andrews yesterday, and
Can we get the screen up, please?
you can see here they're digging into some, I don't know, septic sewer system. Those places are empty for 11 years. There shouldn't be a septic tank anymore. There shouldn't be anything. And this is right across the street from Bullhead Water. You know, if they're dumping into the ground, their water is going to be contaminated. It's going to go into the river, whatever. And there's more. Motorhomes are popping up everywhere. I didn't know the area is rezoned as a motorhome park or a trailer park. There used to be 3, then 4, now we have 5 there. It's getting out of hand. Something needs to be done about the squatting. Yeah, I don't think we are the only ones in the county that have the problem. I'm sure Bullhead has the same problem, Kingman and Golden Valley. You know, we really need to press the ordinances and really step on them people. You know, and they're taking over properties that are not theirs. I don't even know where they get electricity from or water. There is no electricity. You see the power poles, there's nothing on there, no meters, nothing. Are they stealing it? You know, that's all questions we have in the neighborhood. And then the other thing we have is, I had, on Thursday or Friday, visit from the road department. I have creosote bushes in front of my property. They keep the dust down. And I told them, they're not cutting the bushes down till they do something with the road. You know, I like my house dust-free. The bushes, they're a barrier. You know, why should they be cut? They don't annoy anybody. They don't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Scotty McClure?
Scotty from Bullhead. I want to compliment the library here. They got the newspapers online down there working just fine. We had 6 of them online. So I saw him in the store last Friday, and he said, we're working on getting the other ones on. Monday morning they were on, so now I've got 9 papers. And what that brings you to, David, you'll be working with saving some money. When the subscriptions come back, they're not cheap to get the USA Today and the Las Vegas Review-Journal, which takes 3 days by mail to get here. God forbid there's a holiday. The game's already over, the one I wanted to read about. Or maybe go make a bet on. But anyway, they're on. And there's room there to add a couple of terminals. I haven't told anybody these papers are online down there. These guys are still reading the newspaper because I want that thing to myself. But I suppose it's going to get out that you get rid of the newspapers are going away anyway. The days come that like I say, you can add the New York Times or whatever for what it costs. But I want to say thank you for doing something that's going to save. And I don't know if it's going to be hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars. It don't matter if it's a penny saved. It's taxpayer money being saved. So when you go to zero-based budgeting on, I think you're only doing one part of it. Maybe we can find out, how much money. It's going to be nice to hear that you guys are actually saving some money. But now, let me go on to this airport authority. Like I said, I went to it. I'm not real happy with it. It's being so secretive still, again. You are bringing back the same problems. This is run by Toby Cotter and company. We had no idea that they had already appointed Travis Pruitt, as president. We didn't find out until a month later. I didn't find out until later that the Harris and the Riverside were being represented on the board. I still have no idea. Even though I've been to the meeting, I have no idea who the guys are that they're represented because they have no nameplates. There was one of the persons, the Barbara Pape, she's a drunk. And there was no discussion. Some guy got up and didn't want her on the board, and Travis stopped him. We don't want to get into that kind of thing. She doesn't belong on the board. Whatever. It's just a good old boy, same old stuff.
Thank you, board. We are adjourned.